The UFC Heavyweight Championship, the Pac-12 Championship, the Big Ten Championship, the NFC Playoffs, the Daytona 500, and the UEFA Champions League Final. The world's biggest events are on Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports!
Welcome to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. It's been a ride. I guess I had to go to that place to get to this one.
3-1 Detroit and a home run by Johnny Peralta.
I promise to never go back on that promise. In fact, let's be honest, at last we last CD was aired. Perhaps I ran the max and some took it down. But I'm raising the bar, I shoot for the moon, but I'm too busy gazing at stars. I feel amazing and I'm not afraid.
Rangers, Tigers. Game 4 of the ALCS is next on Fox.
Down the same road.
After last night's win, the fans were all cheery, but today the weather is a bit gloomy here in Detroit. Tarp has been on the field all day long, but we are told there will be baseball today. However, we are under a rain delay, and we get you all set for Game 4 of the American League Championship Series between the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers. As you can see, it's nasty. It's not a hard rain, but it's been very constant for several hours now. Temperature 59 degrees, not a lot of wind, light rain, but we are under an official rain delay. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Fox's continuing coverage of the ALCS alongside Eric Karros and the White Sox two-time All-Star catcher A.J. Brzezinski. I'm Chris Rose, and guys, we've seen some players on the field playing a little long toss, getting ready, getting loose. But the weather has slowed us a bit.
It really has. You know, it's surprising that the big man upstairs didn't get the note. Verlander is not throwing today. But we do have some weather, no question about it. But it's one of those things, it's just constant drizzle. Not enough to really impact or stop the game. Once we get going, I think this thing will play in its entirety. But right now, just wait for it to pass by.
As a player, this isn't the rain that really affects you. It just annoys you more than anything. As a player, you want to be dry, you want to be comfortable, you want to be, feel good when you're out there. Right now, you can kind of slip maybe a little bit here and there, and in the back of your mind, it's always there. But they are going to play baseball, and I want to know how on the weather report it's only 96% humidity when it's raining behind me.
You know what? That's somebody that we can ask, okay? You guys are amateur AMS seal of approval guys. I want a professional weatherman. So right now, let's head out live to Los Angeles, Storm Scout, and let's say hello right now to Rick Dickert.
Hey, Chris, and that's Joe Torre. He's got the real credentials there. Yes, we are watching this last little band of light rain move across Detroit. As you can see, it's just starting to exit the area now. I think once we're through with this, we're going to be okay. Maybe just some drizzle, cloudy skies, kind of a damp, cool night in Detroit. But once the game gets underway, I think we're going to be fine. Temperature will be near 60 degrees. Winds will be light out of the east at 5 miles an hour. I'll continue to track the radar, bring you another update in about a half an hour or so. Back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. Rick, hold tight. I want you to answer AJ's question. What was it again, that it's 96% humidity?
Yeah, but it's raining. So if I look behind me, I see rain coming down, so I don't know how that works. I'm not a weatherman, obviously.
All right, what do you got, Rick?
The air has to be completely saturated. And, yes, water's falling from the sky, precipitation, but the humidity still is just below 100%. If you see that thick pea soup fog, you know the air is completely saturated. When you can't see across the mound, that's when the humidity is 100%.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. How is it that the one guy on the set who didn't go to college asked the smartest question?
I went to the Harvard of the South, Dr. Phillips High. Come on now.
There you go. All right, let's get baseball's stance on this whole thing and send it down to the field where we find our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. Here with Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations, Peter Woodfork. Peter, the estimated start time is 5:15. How realistic is that?
I mean, I think we're looking at the weather, so nothing's, 100%. But as of right now, our hope is that it breaks up at 4:30 and goes to 5:15. We have somewhat differing weather forecast, so that's our goal, that's our hope. But again, it's the weather, so no one's 100%.
I know it's shocking that we have differing weather forecasts, but how about getting this game in to completion tonight?
I think that's the goal. If we're going to start the game, we want the ability to complete it. We want to make sure that we have a window of at least 3.5 to 4 hours of dry weather where we're not questioning the integrity of the game or the players in the field, and the fans can enjoy the game as well. So I think both of those, all three of those, are things that we're considering and trying to get the game in as our number one priority.
One other thing, tomorrow. How important a consideration is that, not knowing what might happen there?
I think we're trying to focus on today. I mean, again, the next 3 days of rain and weather, we look at it, but today, right now, our focus is on this game, getting this game in.
Peter, thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much for playing it one game at a time. But the good news is hopefully 5:15. We'll keep you posted on that. By the way, EK, I don't want to say anything, but last year when Ozzie was in this chair, it didn't rain once.
No, it didn't.
I'm like Verlander. I just bring the rain when I appear places. I don't know. We've been to Detroit a whole bunch this year, and every time I think we came here, we had a rain delay or a rain stoppage, but we never in one doubleheader, I believe. So it's just natural here in Detroit.
You're like the Gruesomes. The storm cloud follows you wherever it goes.
They do love me in Detroit, so what do you expect?
Yeah. Hey, guys, before we focus on Game 4, let's turn back the clock to Game 3 last night. Tigers win it. They're now down 2-1 against the Texas Rangers in the best-of-7 series. What'd you see last night?
For me, it was that first inning where the Rangers were up 2-0. You get 3 base hits, and really none of the balls hit all that hard. You got 3 hits. Your number 4 hitter up at the plate, he hits into a double play. Number 5 strikes out. You only get 1 run. Right now, the Tigers have all the momentum, even though they're down 1-0. You got to open that inning up, score some runs. That's where I think the game was lost by the Texas Rangers.
I think for me, the Detroit Tigers, hi, Victor Martinez, Miguel Cabrera, welcome to this series. I'm personally welcoming you because last night you guys stepped up and did what you needed to do from Game 1. V-Mart here with the huge home run where it looks like he might have tweaked an oblique. Miguel Cabrera, 2-strike double to right field. A pitch off the plate. He was able to go out, hit that ball, give them the lead. Next thing you know, next at bat, Miguel Cabrera, 0-2, hanging split from Uehara, home run. As far as you can see him hit it, those two guys have got to step up. Miguel hasn't got a lot to hit, but at the same time, when he gets the pitch to hit, he cannot miss it, and he has to take advantage of those opportunities when he is given to them by Ron Washington and the Texas Rangers.
All right, very quickly, some lineup issues once again. Delman Young did not play last night. He's back in. He's hitting 5th behind Victor Martinez. He strained an intercostal last night. He's back in the lineup today. Adrian Beltre, who treated himself like a human piñata in the batter's box, he's batting 5th for the Texas Rangers. What sort of impacts that could have on the game?
Well, look, at all these guys are banged up, but that's one of the things you learn as a big league player. You learn how to play when you're not in optimal conditions, because through the course of the season, you're going to be banged up. That's what separates the guys that make it, have long careers, and the guys that don't stick around. You have to figure out ways to get out on the field and make adjustments. While all of those guys are hurt, I'm not necessarily looking at those guys to make the huge impact today. For the Tigers, I'm looking at a Ryan Rayburn. For the Texas Rangers, I'm looking at Mike Napoli.
That was your guy, Ryan Rayburn.
Yeah, now he's on my guys. But here's the thing. As a big league player right now, you're on your 200th game of the season so far, 162 regular season, 30 or so spring training games, and now the postseason. You learn to play with injuries. This is the postseason. You can be banged up. Unless you have an arm falling off, a broken leg, you're out there. And if you're one of their guys, and they're big guys, you will play. You'll find a way to play. The trainers do a great job of getting you ready, and they've done that throughout this series. And you will see those guys out there, and you'll see them perform. We'll see if they can make it.
All right, guys, before we talk about the pitching matchups next segment, one quick Twitter update. Have you noticed that over Eric Karros' head, we've got the hashtag postseason? Okay, you can follow the ALCS all season long right here on Twitter. You get exclusive behind-the-scenes knowledge from these two guys, our experts that play Major League Baseball or are still playing. And also, you can follow us at MLB on Fox. And if you want to talk to me as well, at Chris Rose. But
we can talk to you about ice cream selection.
We will continue on here with a rain delay in Game 4 of the ALCS. We're going to set the pitching matchup because we expect to play baseball here today. Rick Porcello and Matt Harrison will break them down as we continue here live from Motown on Fox. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. Game 4 under an official rain delay here in Detroit. Scheduled start time about 5:15 Eastern as we continue on in the best-of-7 series between the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers. A pair of 20-somethings going at it today on the mound. You've got Rick Porcello, the right-hander, 22 years old, going for the Detroit Tigers. His last win came 1 month ago against which team?
Chicago White Sox.
Just checking. Matt Harrison, the left-hander, he clinched the ALDS against the Tampa Bay Rays. That was 8 days ago. So tell us a little bit about Rick Porcello, what he brings to the table.
Basically, Rick Porcello is very similar to Doug Fister, the starter for the Tigers last night. Sinker, changeup. But if you look at him, he's just not quite as good. He's got the good stuff. He just doesn't throw it in the exact location the way Doug Fister was able to do last night. Lefties have absolutely hammered him throughout the year. 321 through the whole season. But in the postseason, he's made an adjustment. He started throwing a little bit of a cutter. And you can see in some of these videos here, he's getting him off the plate, and then he brings that two-seamer inside for strike 3 called. He is one of those guys that has got to handle left-handed pitching. If he does not, or left-handed hitting. If he does not handle the left-handed hitters, although there is only 2 in the Texas Rangers lineup, Josh Hamilton and David Murphy. He's handled Hamilton in the past. Murphy's hit him a little bit, but he's got to get those lefties out so he can go to the righties where he's much more comfortable.
You know, Matty Harrison, he's going for the Texas Rangers. And this left-hander can be really a hit-or-miss guy. He was 5-0 from September 1st on and looked like, hey, he's that number 1 or number 2 guy. But the thing about him is he can lose it all in 1 inning. Gets his pitch count up high, elevates, loses control. But if he establishes his curveball early, his changeup, he throws 95 miles an hour. He can basically be unhittable and be a real strikeout guy.
Hey, as far as the Rangers go, only 1 quality start so far in the postseason. Anybody else shocked about that? Because they had an amazing winning percentage during the regular season, the best since the St. Louis Cardinals in 2004.
I know I'm shocked about it because I know for a fact when we've played the Texas Rangers, it always seemed like their pitchers were giving them 6, 7, 8 innings, whatever it took to get through the lineup. That's the thing Nolan Ryan brought here. That was the mentality he wanted. Pitch count doesn't matter. Give me 6, 7, 8 innings, whatever you can give me. And they haven't got it done in the postseason yet. They still have found a way to win the first series, and they're ahead 2-1 right now.
Yeah, you know, they had 99 quality starts this season, which was the most in the AL. And that's something, obviously, that hasn't happened so far in this postseason. I also think, though, that Ron Washington has a little bit of a shorter leash than he would during the regular season. We saw that the other day with Derek Holland, and rightfully so, because he's got a bullpen right now that is a lot deeper than what he had for a majority of his regular season.
Well, quality starts is something that Jim Leland's staff has given him, at least through the first 3 games here of the ALCS. Of course, we had the start and stop rain delay situation, so Justin Verlander only threw 82 pitches and went 4 innings in game 1. Since then, they've really been lights out. Max Scherzer pitched well enough to win, just 1 bad ball to Nelson Cruz in the 7th that tied the game. And then last night, Doug Fister was sensational. You know, I think if you looked at the 2 staffs heading in, you went, okay, edge to the Tigers based on Verlander a little bit, and then the rest of the way, you're thinking probably the Texas Rangers. But Scherzer and then last night Fister, both sensational.
Both have been amazing, and Max Scherzer gave them everything that they wanted out of him except for 1 hitter to Nelson Cruz. We talked about it yesterday. Nelson Cruz hit the 1 mistake he made. Doug Fister, unbelievable, throwing those sinkers, breaking bats, getting guys to hit balls off their knees. If they continue to pitch like this, they're going to win this series. And EK was talking about the Rangers. The one thing the Rangers have that they didn't have, they have an all-star starter, Alexi Ogando, coming out of the pen throwing 100 miles an hour for him.
Well, wait a second. I've heard that out of his mouth during this series.
Yeah, I've been saying, what are you jumping on the Ogando
bandwagon now? No, I just wanted to beat you to it. I know you were going to go there. I wanted to get you before you could.
Well, that's... I mean, he's right, though.
Then I'll talk about Jim Leland, and we can win this series if. And I'll tell you, we said it at the beginning of the series. It's the starting pitching of the Detroit Tigers against the offense of the Texas Rangers. And right now, the starting pitching has been there for the Detroit Tigers. This is a huge game. It's a swing game, and for me, today's ball game, whoever wins today wins the series because of the Detroit Tigers starting pitching, the way they have things lined up. The rest of the way, huge game today.
Just to confirm, once again, at the beginning of the series, you picked the Rangers in 7?
No, I picked them in 6.
All right.
I picked the Rangers in 6.
Okay, and then you had...
I picked the Tigers in 6.
Okay, well, if they win the next 3, then you're right. Okay, way to go, Kreskin. Once again, we are under a rain delay here. Game 4 of the ALCS, so text away at will. You can also follow us on Twitter. Scheduled start time, 5:15 Eastern. Much more coming your way from Motown after this. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. Last night, the heart of the lineup produced for the Detroit Tigers. They trailed the best-of-7 series 2-1. Today, Mother Nature is reigning supreme here in Game 4 as we have a rain delay between the Rangers and the Tigers. Right now, let's get a weather update from Storm Scout and Rick Dickert.
Hey, Chris, as you can see on the radar here, that last little edge of precipitation is pushing through the area, and it's real light, those lighter shades of green. We don't want to see the yellow or the reds. That would be indicative of much heavier precipitation. Once we get through that, I think we're just going to be looking at cloudy skies, a little bit of drizzle. That last band should be through probably in another 15 or 20 minutes or so, and then we're just looking at mostly cloudy skies and damp conditions. And speaking of damp, I know AJ is keeping track here. Humidity is now down to 93%. And if he needs an explanation between dew point and relative humidity, I'll give it to him as well.
Thank you, Rick. Are you happy with that explanation, AJ?
That's better, but it's still raining, Rick, so whatever works.
Okay, let's get some words of wisdom from the two guys who will call Game 4 of the ALCS here on Fox. Send it upstairs to Joe Buck and Tim McCarver. Hi, guys.
What should we talk about?
Well, not humidity, because we've covered that already to the tilt.
Okay. Dew point, humidity, those are out. We can talk about last night. You saw that little highlight package that we like to put together, and Victor Martinez and Miguel Cabrera, they go hand in hand. And last night, Victor Martinez with a strained oblique on that home run. It'll be interesting to see how he gets through today's game.
And also Adrian Beltre, two painful injuries. The one thing to keep in mind about Victor Martinez, he'll be hitting right-handed against Matt Harrison today. But you've got to anticipate, with only one left-hander in the lineup, ground balls to the left side of the infield. Matt Harrison has induced more double play ground balls than any pitcher in the American League. So that means the shortstop and the third baseman are going to play pivotal roles, and Adrian Beltre is going to come into play. And can he bend over with that sore left knee? He had an MRI last night. Everything's fine, but it's very, very painful. And I think defensively, the Rangers should worry more than they are worrying about him offensively.
Yeah, and I think we both agree really with what Eric Karros said a minute ago, and that is how things change so quickly in a postseason series. I mean, Texas Rangers had all the momentum. They win the game on the walk-off grand slam. They come here up 2-0. No big deal. We'll just roll right through. Well, now they lose last night. This game is so big for each side because if Texas wins this game, they know they're at least going home and they can deal with Verlander up in the series. But if Detroit wins this game, they even it up and they have Verlander, their ace, going tomorrow. Things really can turn around with today's game.
I had never really thought of it in that vein until Eric said it, and I agree with him. Whoever wins tonight's game wins the series.
That's it for now from us, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Joe and Tim. Appreciate it. A lot of talk about Adrian Beltre and his health and Josh Hamilton. We haven't talked a lot about Michael Young and his struggles. I mean, this is a guy that drove in over 100 runs, and he hasn't produced anything yet in the postseason. How concerned are you if you're Ron Washington?
Well, Ron Washington, if I am Ron Washington, we asked Ron Washington, and he said, you know what? I'm not concerned. He's hitting fourth. I said, would you move him anywhere? Would you? No, Eric, wouldn't do anything. He's my man. Had over 100 RBIs during the season. Remember, he led this Texas Ranger ball club. Arguably the MVP of this Texas ball club because of what he did offensively. Hit over 330. He needs to show up, though. That's the bottom line. He's had too many opportunities where he hasn't come through. 3 for 27. He eventually will come through. It just better be in the next few days.
All right, well, hold on. Would you move him? Would you move him in the lineup?
I wouldn't. He's Michael Young. He's the all-time Rangers hits leader ever.
You know what? I would move him, though. But you don't have alternatives right now. Really, the only guy to go against Porcello today that you would put up there would be Murphy. Napoli doesn't have good numbers. Beltre doesn't have good numbers. Cruz doesn't have good numbers. You can't have two left-handers. Michael Young hits Porcello well. So I get where Ron Washington's coming from, but I'm not so sure that you can leave him in that fourth spot as you continue to move through this series if he struggles.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? No matter how tough it is right now for Michael Young, it is really nothing compared to what he felt in the offseason. The Rangers' all-time hits leader took a smack to his ego with trade rumors. Young stayed. He produced one of his best seasons and solidified his stance as one of the most professional players in the game.
If you've been living under a rock or just haven't been paying attention, then you may not have heard Michael Young come out and say he was willing to move off third base to make room for Adrian Beltre.
Michael Young is probably on his way out of Texas. The breakup here is beginning to feel like it's inevitable.
It was a tough offseason. You know, when it first started happening, I didn't feel like I signed up for any of that.
Drive to deep right center, and there's that guy Young with a double.
To think about this organization not with him is pretty far-fetched.
You know, it was a weird moment to think that our clubhouse would be without him.
It would have been a huge blow. I mean, absolutely, especially for the fans, especially for the DFW area.
Trust me, I want quiet off-season. I want off-season where I can go home and play some golf and, you know, hang out with my kids.
I'm always going to be on Mike's side because he's just a great guy. And, like, whatever happens, I'm on his side. You know, honestly, I was thinking who's going to step up and be the leader if he's not here. You know, it basically got to that point.
Well, Michael's the face of the franchise. He has been for a while. He's a professional's professional.
What he's done for the Texas Rangers as an organization is huge.
A lot of people don't understand how hard it is to switch from positions like he has. Not to mention the fact that he's an MVP caliber player, especially for our team.
There's number 2,000 for Michael Young.
When we found out that he was reporting to spring training, it was a huge weight off our shoulders and really nice to have him back in the clubhouse.
Once I got to spring training, it was about putting that completely behind me and focusing on the task at hand. I was getting ready for a season, getting ready to help my teammates, getting ready to win. That was the best day I had in a long time, because then at that point it just became about baseball. And at the end of the day, that's all I really am as a baseball player.
I'm glad he didn't get dealt. I mean, you saw what he did this year. It's the MVP-type numbers, and, you know, that's why we're here.
One of the real good guys in this game, respected by opponents as well as in that Texas Rangers clubhouse. But I'm wondering, when your company, and this is a business, they say they want to get rid of you a little bit and they sever ties, how much does Michael Young say, you know what, I got you. I produced this kind of season. See?
I agree with him and every teammate that talked in that piece about Michael Young. For me, he is one of the most professional guys I have ever met in this game. If my son is fortunate enough to grow up and be a baseball player, I want him to be Michael Young. He can hit, he can field, he can play any position, he can do it all, and he's well respected in his clubhouse. He's amazing. I cannot imagine the Texas Rangers without Michael Young. He is the face of their franchise. He does it all for them, offensively, defensively, and in the clubhouse. If he was gone, that would be a tremendous blow to them. They would not be here without him. I know he struggled, but he did shave his beard today, so he will be back. He's back. He's superstitious, so I like that about him even more.
Yeah, he's clean. For me, he is the MVP, not of this ball club, but of the American League, just because of what he did for that Ranger ball club this year. He played third base, he played second base, he played first base when guys were injured. On top of that, as a former player, to have to deal with what he dealt with in spring training and then to come out and have a positive impact, to have a positive year, I mean, people don't understand how difficult that is. That's why Michael Young, no player could have sat in Michael Young's shoes and did or done what he had done this season. That's why, for me, he's the American League MVP.
He didn't pout. He didn't pout at all. He went out and did his job as a professional, which is what you want to do. And the thing about Michael Young is he always hits. And I remember Ozzie Guillen, who sat in this chair last year, said in 2006 we went to the All-Star game. He got to pick the team. The first player he wanted on his team, Michael Young. He could play any position. And what did he do in that game? Triple off Trevor Hoffman to tie the game and put us ahead and give the American League the home field advantage for the World Series.
Well, you remember what Ozzie said. He said, the very first player I picked Michael Young.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Well, one guy who knows how good a teammate Michael Young is, that would be Rangers catcher Mike Napoli. He is standing by with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. Mike Napoli, Matt Harrison on the mound tonight. What can we expect?
You can expect good things. I mean, he's a great pitcher. He, uses both sides of the plate and mixing off speed when he can.
Now, you had Pfister last night. He was obviously very good. They throw Porcello tonight. The difference going from one to the other, and talk about Pfister and what he did.
He had a great sinker. He had a great sinker all year, and he was tough. He was tough on us, and mixed it in. He buried us in pretty good, and he pitched his game. He's a great pitcher.
Porcello?
Another guy, great sinker baller. We're going to have tough at-bats and try to chip away some runs any way we can.
Now, you played for the Rangers' biggest rival before this, the Angels, and I'm wondering the difference between the two teams, in your opinion.
Well, I mean, we had great ball clubs over there, too. But over here, I mean, it's just stacked up and down the lineup, and, we got good team chemistry, and when we get on the field, we just get things done. It's fun, and we love playing for Wash and have a good time.
And finally, you're back catching tonight. One of the raps on you in Anaheim was that you weren't a strong enough defensive catcher, and yet here it seems like they never want to take you out of the lineup at catcher. What happened?
I don't know. I just, I'm getting things done behind the plate. Having fun, getting to learn a new pitching staff, and I like being behind the plate and trying to get these guys through innings, and it's fun. I'm loose behind the plate, and I think I'm showing that I can do it and get it done.
Mike, thanks very much. Chris, back to you.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. You saw Mike Napoli, the jersey unbuttoned. He's not going to button that up in time for the game. I mean, that's the way he rolls out there on the field.
That's his look. That's his thing. That's the way he feels comfortable. I can't pull it off because I don't have the chest like Nap. Nap's got the big barrel chest. I don't have that. So great look for you, Nap.
Do they need a little bit more from him?
Well, we talk about Michael Young and his struggles. Mike Napoli, remember, he had that collision at home plate in the ALDS in Game 2 with Sean Rodriguez. Well, Game 4. Since that time, though, he is 2 for 14, so he was a bit dazed, hasn't swung the bat, and also during that time when he got hit, he swallowed his chew. This is one of those things that, you look at the rigors of being a catcher, and AJ can speak to it, but look at that, you're down. This guy has been an offensive force, and he just takes a pounding. Not only does he go down, but the chew that he's got in, that goes down too, and you are messed up right there. But he has not swung the bat like he did in August and September, and he is a huge part of this offense.
That hurts, by the way. Anyone that says it doesn't hurt, I'd say Chris Rose. I wanted him to get in the batter's box the other day and face Valverde. I want him to put his gear on, and I want a chance to run him over because that hurts. Swallow your dip, swallow your chew, whatever. But when you get hit by a guy like that, you feel it for a long time.
You're making it sound like I'm signing up for this stuff. I'm not. I didn't want to step in the batter's box, and I don't want to get hit, okay? What I need to do right now is get the break. We're still under a rain delay here in Game 4 of the ALCS. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. Game 4 of the American League Championship Series, officially still under a rain delay here in Motown. We have a little bit of an update for you. Start time has now been pushed back a half hour to 5:45 Eastern. As you can see, we've had light rain throughout the entire afternoon. Tarp has been on the field all day. But right now, let's get a weather update out in Los Angeles. Storm Scout and Rick Dickert.
Hey, Chris, and you can see it on the radar with me. Look at this. Just to the west of the park, you have dry conditions. To the south, and that's where all this moisture is coming from, dry as well. We're right on the back edge, and we just need that back edge to push through. Once that happens, the trend should be for drier weather. Maybe still some sprinkles or a lingering shower through the evening, but the bulk of that moisture should be out of there, and we should be able to get the game in.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. One guy for the Texas Rangers that fans hope to see in the 7th or the 8th inning is Mike Adams. Came over in that midseason trade from the San Diego Padres. He is standing by with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. Mike, I was just on the other side, and Delman Young said, hey, rain, we're used to this. They're not. So I'm wondering, what is going on in your clubhouse right now during the delay?
Right now, just a lot of relaxing. You know, we're in there. You know, some guys are on their iPads playing their video games, and you know, some guys are watching Transformers right now. So, you know, pretty relaxed in there. Just kind of waiting it out right now.
Now, last year you were in a pennant race with the Padres. You get traded to the Rangers this season in July. And you told me it's a lot more stressful over here. Why?
Just because of the expectations. You know, the expectations are very high here, and you know, it's a team that was in the World Series last year, so you know, we're expected to try to make that same run we did last year, or they did last year, and you know, it wears on you a little bit, but you know, it's part of the game. It's what makes it fun, and you know, it's exciting.
You came over to this league, first appearance, right here in the rain. You gave up a home run to Brennan Bott. What do you remember about that, and just the transition that day?
That was a long day. You know, I had a 5 a.m. flight that I caught. You know, I got here. It was. I remember it raining a lot. You know, the ball's a little bit slick. I threw a changeup that I hadn't thrown in a while, and you know, I remember him hitting it out. But you know, it wasn't the start that I was hoping for when I first came over here. And you know, it all turned out okay though. You know, everything's been a lot better, and you know, hopefully we don't have no replays of that.
Now, last thing, on Sunday, the rain out in Texas, you walk into the clubhouse parading in your Dallas Cowboys jersey and cap. Your general manager, John Daniels, is a huge New York Giants fan. Has this created a conflict between you?
I hope not. I hope not, because you know, hopefully we work together for a while, and you know, it's one of those things that you know, my pride for the Cowboys is strong. You know, I'm not going to let that falter, and you know, he's just going to have to accept that. And you know, when the Cowboys play the Giants, well, I mean, we'll see what happens.
Chris, he said that, or John Daniels said that when he did the background check on Mike Adams, they discovered that he had Cowboys season tickets. Back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. How'd you like to sit down during contract negotiations? Try and hammer that one out. You know, remember back in July, a lot of trade talk about Heath Bell leaving San Diego, and Texas was one of the destinations that was mentioned. I think they got the right guy, because here he was used to being a setup guy, and he's been nails the last 6 weeks.
Well, he really has, and he came right into a role that he was in San Diego and has stepped right in and done extremely well here for Texas. And this is the thing. This bullpen is a lot different since his acquisition. Feliz has been a lot better in the closing role. They bridged the gap. Now, as AJ mentioned earlier, that since he's on the Ogando fan club, that Ogando, now he's in the bullpen with those three guys. If you're a hitter on the other team, you're just saying, man, please, let's get to them early, because I don't want to have to see those guys at the end of the ball game.
I totally agree with you. Since he's come over, I know Heath Bell is a great closer, but they already have a great closer here, Neftali Feliz. This guy just gave them more depth. They brought in Uehara. They brought in Mike Gonzalez. Now they add Mike Adams. Wow. And you can tell he must be from Texas because of that draw and a Cowboy season ticket holder. I mean, every day, just think about this. He gets to go to work at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington and look right across the street, and what's there? The Cowboy Stadium. So he's got to come to work with a smile on his face every day.
It's a good point. Good point. Well, guys, the biggest news in the game of baseball outside of the League Championship Series in the ALCS and the NLCS, what's going on in Boston and Chicago. Ken Rosenthal, what is the latest with Theo Epstein?
Well, Chris, every indication is that he has indeed accepted a 5-year deal worth about $15 million to go to the Chicago Cubs. There's also a golden parachute that he gets from Boston worth $3.5 million. So that's going to be quite a sizable financial hit for Theo, or a gain for Theo. Now, the holdup here is the compensation going from the Cubs to the Red Sox. The Red Sox want the Cubs to pick up that $3.5 million bonus. They also asked initially that the Cubs pay even more money. That's not happening, and the Cubs aren't parting with anybody like Starlin Castro either. Most likely what will happen is that there will be a minor leaguer or two exchanged going from Chicago to Boston. But I spoke with one general manager who raised a great point. If you're Boston, you've got all the leverage here because it's now out that Theo Epstein is supposedly going to the Cubs. Why not simply insist on, hey, you've got to take John Lackey's contract if you want Theo Epstein. What's he worth to you? One other thing to note, Brian Cashman's contract status still unresolved with the Yankees. Epstein's new deal, the whopping new deal, is not expected to affect those negotiations too much. Epstein with the Red Sox was making about $2.7 million. Cashman with the Yankees has been making about $2.2 million. Cashman is going to get a raise. He's going to be back, but he's not going to be at Epstein's level.
All right, Kenny, thank you very much. Back to Theo Epstein. Let's see, he broke an 86-year curse with the Red Sox. Now he's got 103 years and counting with the Chicago Cubs. It's a great move by them. You know, what does he have to do first? Does he have to gut the farm system? Does he sign big-name free agents? What do you think happens next?
No, I think what you do is you've got to bring your own guys over there first and then establish a culture that you want. Look, you're straddled with some contracts over there right now. And the other thing, you probably want Ken Rosenthal to be quiet right now because you don't want him making any more suggestions about taking John Lackey with you over to Chicago. But it's not going to change overnight. And really, the last place to win a world championship in any sport, the last best place will be when somebody wins it for the Chicago Cubs.
Are you allowed to say anything about the Cubs?
Contractually, I think that I am. But I didn't know the GM's got paid that much. He's making, what, $3-4 million a year? Theo, sign me up, assistant GM. I'm going to retire soon. Maybe I can just slide in when you're done there. But, wow, congratulations to Theo Epstein if it ends up there. Now in Chicago, we've had a manager traded and a GM traded in the last 2 weeks. I didn't know it worked like that.
Now, first order of business, what does he do about Mike Quade, who's got a year left on his deal? Does he stick with him? Does he bring his own guy in? Does Terry Francona join him on the north side of Chicago? Who knows what's going to happen? Wild stuff happening in Boston and in Chicago. Once again, Game 4 of the ALCS here in Motown under a rain delay. First pitch coming your way in just about an hour. Fingers crossed. More coming your way here on Fox. Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. Game 4 between the Texas Rangers, the Detroit Tigers, officially still under a rain delay, and that D stands for damp. It's been raining all afternoon. Tarp is still on the field. However, first pitch right now scheduled for 5:45 Eastern. What that means is our Ken Rosenthal has been awfully busy. He's getting paid by the interview this afternoon. Here's another one, ka-ching, with Don Kelly.
Chris, thanks. We're here with Jack of all trades, Don Kelly. Don, talk to me about Rick Porcello. Here's a kid in his early 20s. What is his mood in there? How is he? And what do you expect tonight?
Rick, he's real relaxed. I mean, that's just his personality, laid back. And, we're just expecting him to go out and do what he does, throw a sinker, get ahead of guys. And he's a good pitcher.
Last night, there was a lot of courage shown in this field. Victor Martinez hitting the home run, intercostal. Adrian Beltre with the knee. From a player's perspective, what's going on? Why are guys doing what they're doing?
This is a postseason. I mean, Victor's done it all year for us. He sprained his knee in Kansas City. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's going to battle, go out there. As long as he's walking, he's going to be in the lineup. And Beltre, too. I mean, that kills when you foul a ball off your knee, foot, shin, whatever it is. And he got himself multiple times. So just the courage that they displayed was unreal.
Were you surprised today when you learned that both Victor Martinez and Delman Young would be in the lineup?
I wasn't really surprised. I mean, they're two gamers. They want to be out there competing, and especially with everything that's on the line right now, they know that we need them out there.
What about the hot foot you had back in July? Talk about that.
Justin got me pretty good. It was pretty funny, and it was in Minnesota with Blyleven going into the Hall of Fame. So I don't know if he had that whole thing planned out or what, but he got me good.
Last thing, your brother-in-law, not a lot of people know this, is Pirates second baseman Neil Walker, and yet you met your wife not through Neil, but in some other way. Tell us that roundabout story.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I played with my oldest brother-in-law, Matt, in AA in 2003, and my sister and my wife played basketball together in high school. So we ended up meeting later on. They played against each other in college, and I went to watch my sister play and ended up meeting my wife.
Pretty good story there. Now, Yankee Stadium, the home run you hit there, the big one. Talk about that.
It was exciting. I mean, Game 5, back against the wall, season on the line against the Yankees, and to go out there and be able to help the team out and get on the board early, it was every kid's dream.
You said you were floating around the bases.
I was. It was crazy how you just swing and hit it, and everything just kind of went nuts there for a while.
Don, thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
Guys, thank you. Don Kelly, one of those great stories. Jim Leland loves him. Didn't break into the big leagues till in his late 20s. I got to tell you, man, if your foot's on fire, put it out. Don't walk through the dugout giving high fives to guys.
Did you notice who the pitcher coming off the mound was in that highlight film? Rick Porcello. So maybe that's an omen that he's going to get hot and have a great start tonight.
Have you ever seen, though, that his leg was on fire all the way up to his calf?
I was afraid his pants were going to catch on fire. I've had that done to me before. It's not a good feeling.
Yeah, but Don Kelly does give them an awful lot of versatility. And Jim Leland, his eyes almost well up every time you mention the guy's name.
Well, he's Jim Leland's type of ball player, a guy that doesn't get a lot of accolades, but is, as Jim Leland likes to say, a baseball player. He can fill a variety of roles. He makes a manager's job very easy, and he's had some big hits. The guy can flat out play. If he's given an opportunity, he will go out and be successful. So he's going to get that opportunity again. For me, that interview, again, not to get on Ken Rosenthal, but how are those two guys eye to eye right there in that interview? Don Kelly's huge.
Don't do that.
He's huge. I'm looking at that thing. I'm going, what are they doing there right there? They're eye to eye. He's 6'5". He dwarfs me.
Don't do that. Ken, you don't have to answer that the next time you see EK, okay? As we continue on here live with a rain delay here in Detroit. Coming up next, we'll break down Game 3 of the NLCS. A pair of aces on the mound between the Brewers and the Cardinals. We'll talk about that and more after this. Back to the Chevrolet ALCS extended pregame show on Fox. Game 4 between the Rangers and Tigers. Currently in a rain delay. We are waiting for first pitch, hopefully right around 5:45 Eastern. As far as the Game 5 starter for the Detroit Tigers, the likely Cy Young winner in the American League, Justin Verlander. He is standing by live with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. First, I want to tell Eric, I want to thank him actually for informing the world that I am short. No one knew that until he said that. I was standing on a higher step. Don Kelly was on a lower one. That's how it happened. And now I'm here with Justin Verlander, and we're sitting down nicely together. Now, Justin, it's not your day to pitch, and yet it's raining. It's kind of not the proper order of the world. What's going on?
It's supposed to rain tomorrow, too, so don't worry about it. This has been tough. It's I think it's especially been difficult as a starter to go out there and get 1 inning at a time, 4 innings at a time. It's really hard to kind of get in your normal rhythm, but you just got to try to maintain and do everything you can possibly do to keep yourself in your pitching mechanic rhythm.
Now, when we ask you this time of year how much this is affecting you, you guys never say yes. But the next spring, sometimes we get the truth. So when I ask you next spring, how much did this disrupt you? What will you say?
What, as far as the weather or
the weather and just your pitching overall?
I don't know. That's yet to be seen. I'm doing everything I can possibly do. Like I said, I feel like getting 1 inning in New York and then coming back and then getting 4 innings in Texas. I feel like it's kind of difficult, like I said, to maintain your pitching mechanic rhythm and make sure everything feels good and you get yourself in the proper position on the mound. But, hey, everybody's got to deal with it. It's just so happened that it fell on me a couple times. But, I'm doing everything in between my side sessions. I threw 2 bullpens in between last start and this one to try to get everything in order. And we'll see how it goes.
Now, you had mentioned that you wanted to pitch this game, Game 4, and Jim Leyland said no. And what Jim has basically told us is, hey, this guy needs the time between starts now. He's thrown more pitches than anyone, a ton of innings. I know that's how he feels. How do you feel?
I feel good. Whenever my number's called, I'm ready to go. And I made that very clear to Jim. But, he got a lot of flack for not letting me be in the bullpen in Game 5 against the Yankees, and that worked out pretty well for us. So, you got to have the utmost faith in him. I know we do. I know I do. That's why he's the manager and we're the players, because if you put the ball in air court, we're going to go out there every time at risk of whatever. At this time of the year, you don't care about injury. But he looks at the bigger picture.
Porcello tonight, he is kind of where you were in 06. And I'm wondering what you see in him, knowing what you went through as a rookie in 06 going to the World Series.
Well, I see it, first of all, a very mature 22-year-old. Ever since he's been here, he's been mature for his age. He had a little bit of experience. In 2009, he pitched Game 163 against the Twins in one of the most electric environments I've ever seen there in the Dome. So he's got that under his belt. He's going to go out there and attack. He's got a great sinker, and if he's getting his off-speed stuff over for strikes, that makes it all the more tougher, especially on left-handed hitters when he's riding that cutter in under their hands, gets them off that sinker down and away. So, that's one of the keys I look for him is throwing his off-speed for strikes in any given count and keeping guys off balance and keeping them off that sinker.
Justin, thanks very much. Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you.
The funny thing was with that camera shot right there, how do I know that Kenny wasn't standing right there?
Okay. If I knew that's what you were going to say, I wouldn't have had you say
No, I apologize for that. Well, you won't get any more of those comments.
All right.
Kenny does great work. I hope he's interviewing down there up until game time.
Which hopefully will
I don't want to be down there.
Which hopefully will be 5:45 Eastern. You can actually tell right now some of the Tigers are coming on the field, and I think that's why the fans are cheering. The rain is letting up a little bit. Skies are clearing. Once again, we're hoping for a 5:45 Eastern start time. So
Justin
as far
Verlander there, by the way.
I couldn't tell. I was just looking from here. It's
he did his interview with Ken. Now he's going to go get his bullpen work in for tomorrow's start.
Well, look, you've got the combination here, at least the comparison between Roger Clemens in '86, the last starting pitcher to win the MVP, and Justin Verlander, and the numbers are nearly identical. I know that you earlier in the show said that you would vote for Michael Young for the AL MVP. What about you if you had to vote?
I knew you
can't vote for yourself either.
Well, I don't deserve to win it this year, but in other years maybe. But the biggest thing about Verlander and the MVP, they have a Cy Young award. I know he did great. He won 24 games. He struck out 250 guys this year, led the league in ERA, the Triple Crown. But at the same time, he has a Cy Young. He's going to win that unanimously. If he doesn't, I want to meet the writer who doesn't vote for him. I'll shove him out there with Chris Rose to try to hit off of him. But that guy's the best pitcher in the American League for me. Starting pitcher, right-handed, throws 100 miles an hour, best curveball in the game, one of the best changeups in the game. I know I don't look forward to facing him. I know nobody that looks forward to facing him. And if he doesn't win the AL MVP this year, it's not because of lack of stuff or lack of interest or lack of doing anything. It's just because there's guys that play 160 games, and those are the guys for me that deserve to win the MVP.
By the way,
we got that on there. Did you see that?
The stat?
Yeah. I mean, go ahead and talk about how great Verlander is, and then go, by the way, I took him deep 3 times.
Yeah. Well, there's one grand slam in there. We did show it. EK said I couldn't hit his curveball, but we have video proof to prove that I can.
68 big league at-bats against Justin Verlander, most.
I know. How many strikeouts? That's what I want to know. There's some strikeouts in there, too.
We don't have to look that one up. So Verlander, as you can see, is getting loose. Very quickly, I'm wondering about the psychology in the clubhouse right now of the respective catchers, Alex Avila and also Mike Napoli of the Rangers. Are they hanging out with the starting pitchers? Are they going over a game plan as there's a delay, or you're just kind of on your own?
You've already done that, and most pitchers have such a set routine that they're just so narrow and just focused on what they're going to do in the game that you try to keep them loose. You try to do what you can to say, hey, do this, do that. But once you've sat down, you've had your meeting, you've talked about this, you're planning for a 4 o'clock start. I know it's an hour and a half, hour and 45 later, but it's the same thing. You just try to keep them loose. You try to keep the clubhouse loose. You don't want to make it too different than any other normal start. The start times move back, but it's the same kind of thing. It's nothing's changed here. It's just a little bit later, and you try to have fun with it.
I know you said focused. You wanted to say a little weird because starting pitchers. I know you position players. Y'all think the starting.
Well, no, they don't talk to people. They literally go into their starts and they don't talk to people.
Is that true?
Yeah, well, they don't. They're on their own island, and you always say pitchers, they do their own thing. Position players, on the other hand, right now probably just hanging out, listening to music, maybe even some just finding a dark place to go take a nap or something, because again, you know that the game's starting an hour and a half from now. I'm not kidding you about getting some rest. I mean, honest to goodness, somebody might go lay down and go out for about an hour or something, but you're just kind of relaxing, waiting for the thing to start.
Over my experience, I've always noticed that the road team sometimes has an advantage in this situation. They're not as comfortable in the visiting clubhouse as a home guy sitting in his recliner, watching his TV, playing with his computer. In the visiting clubhouse, you're kind of stuck. You're in an unfamiliar environment. So I'm not saying that the Rangers have an advantage here, but I know EK wants them to have an advantage here.
Ha! You have a recliner?
No, only Barry Bonds did.
You could have borrowed one of the 3. Okay, so we promised that we'd break down the NLCS between the Brewers and the Cardinals. That will happen as you get a good look at the Game 5 starter for the Tigers, Justin Verlander. Game 4 coming your way at 5:45 Eastern. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox, where Game 4 is officially under a rain delay. We are hoping for first pitch right around 5:45 Eastern time. Now, Texas Rangers lead the Detroit Tigers in the best-of-7 series 2-1. It was 2-0 until Doug Fister took the mound last night. He was sensational, AJ.
He was unbelievable. Michael Young summed it up best. He kept throwing those sinkers in, and they kept taking the bait. You see him rolling over, foul balls off their shins. Great job, Doug Fister.
Yeah, and Adrian Beltre hit balls off his front leg, even hit some off his back leg. You know, I saw him in the clubhouse, and Mike Napoli was kidding him. He said, hey, you might have to wear my shin guards today up there at the plate. That's how nasty Doug Fister was. Just kept running the ball in. And the Rangers were unable to make any type of adjustment.
And right now, Doug Fister standing by live with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. Doug, the Rangers have been saying that you really pounded the sinker in all last night. Tell me about what your strategy was going into the game.
You know, I mean, that was kind of our mindset going into it. Alex and I really wanted to focus on keeping the ball down and letting the defense work, but we're using that sinker a lot. You know, trying to go in, go down, and just you know, use the ground ball as much as we could.
Now, I asked you this last night as well, but those first three hitters all get singles. This is your first postseason. I know you have a start under your belt, but what was it like for you on the mound, just focusing on the next pitch?
You know, I mean, that's kind of what we've been doing all year. So it's, you know, it's been kind of an easy transition into the postseason because that's, you know, just kind of doing the day-to-day work. We're constantly doing the same things every day. So, you know, it's just, okay, it's just another game. It's just another pitch. So we just really wanted to focus on the little things.
So you're not nervous out there in that situation?
Didn't feel anything at the time, no.
Okay, now, during the division series, you mentioned that you had no routine, which for a starting pitcher is highly unusual. Most starting pitchers are intense creatures of habit. What is it about no routine that makes it work for you?
Well, I mean, Justin said, you know, no routine is my routine. So, I mean, but no routine is for me, you know, something that, you know, growing up, everybody said, hey, you need to find a plan, a routine and stick with it, you know, something that works for you. And I just kind of figured that, okay, we're going to different places. We're going to be traveling a lot. You know, in the minor leagues, every place isn't the same, don't have the same sort of equipment and stuff. So, you know, things are constantly changing. And what happens if, you know, so-and-so doesn't have this or I don't have that, you know, okay, now my routine's messed up and you know, it's kind of a mental game. But so I figured, you know what, hey, if I don't have a routine, I just get to go out there and, you know, kind of stay focused but kind of free-flowing around the clubhouse. You know what, hey, it's going to, you know, work for my advantage.
I mean, you are really free-flowing around the clubhouse. Yesterday you're talking to Benoit, joking around. That's normal?
That's pretty normal. You know, we had the football thrown around in there a little bit, you know, kicking around with Victor and, you know, sitting there joking around with Paulie and Benoit on the other side. And so, I mean, it's just kind of a routine, you know, just a daily routine.
Doug, thanks very much. Chris, back to you.
Guys, thank you. How clutch has he been since he came over late July? I mean, look at what he won. Game 5 in New York. Game 3, a must-win situation. He has been nailed.
Well, yeah, he has been nailed. But I was trying to figure out, was there a ball that was hit hard against him at all yesterday? I mean, he gave up some hits, but nobody squared the ball up. And he has the ability to get inside on right-handers with a couple different pitches. They all end up being inside, but they all get there in different ways, whether it's a four-seamer, a sinker, two-seamer. The guy is not a lot of fun to hit off. And then you couple that, the guy's 6'8", not fun for a hitter.
I'm just jealous that Doug Fister has no routine. I'm one of the most superstitious, routine-oriented people you'll ever meet when it comes, and I play, you know, 140 games a year, and I do the same thing every day. He only takes the ball 30 to 35 times a year. How the heck do you not have a routine, Doug? What do you do? Like, you got to have something. There's got to be something we got to find out. We got to send Ken in there to find out. There's got to be somebody that has something that he's hiding on us.
All right, I'm kicking myself for even asking, but what are your routines?
I can't even. Let me tell you. We don't have a long enough rain delay. We could go the whole game with me talking about him, and one, you wouldn't believe him. I've told two people in my life about it. One is Harmon Killebrew, who recently obviously passed away, and the other is Rick Riley, who wrote an article in Sports Illustrated about it, and he couldn't believe it. And Harmon Killebrew almost fell out of the table laughing at me one night at dinner. So it takes over 3 hours for me to explain what I do every single day.
You just give us a taste.
No, I don't want to taste.
You don't want to know because you guys will think I'm the craziest person you've ever met. I know that I've been voted the meanest player, but you will now think I'm the craziest person you've ever talked to.
I want to. Do you have a routine for this show?
I do. I try to sit next to Rose and sit next to you and just try to look as good as I can between you two beautiful people.
Good try. This, of course, is just half of the World Series equation. The other half is unraveling these days in St. Louis, where they will play Game 3 between the Brewers and the Cardinals tonight. Let's look back first at the highlights of Game 2. The Brewers had a 1-0 lead. The joint was jumping. That's an electric atmosphere until Albert Pujols comes to the plate.
Oh, and what does he do? Goodbye to left field, John Jay. He also comes around to score. My man Pujols, he's hot.
And Ricky Weeks, guy spent a lot of the time on the DL in the second half. He goes deep here. So it got Milwaukee within 5-2 in the fifth, but then it was just too much Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols, unbelievable. 4 for 5, 4 extra base hits, 5 RBIs. That's why he's the man. That's why he's the guy in St. Louis, and they got to find a way to keep him.
So the Cardinals win that one 12-3 the final. This is kind of a loose, sort of different Tony La Russa Cardinal club, but the superstars are shining brightest so far. Look at the numbers for Braun, Fielder, and Pujols. And you know, we talked about it in this series with Miguel Cabrera, especially with Victor Martinez somewhat ineffective batting behind him. Why in the world, unless the situation really dictates it, AJ, would you ever pitch to one of those three guys?
Any of those guys, you can pick your poison, but you don't want to give them anything to hit. Ron Washington said it last night when he hit the double off Colby Lewis. They weren't trying to pitch to him. He just reached out about that far off the plate and hit a double to right field. He's the best hitter in the American League, right-handed hitter that I've seen, and he can hit anything. So just better off standing up, going like this as a catcher, putting him on first. That way you'll know where he's at.
Right, but sometimes you're forced to pitch to those guys, and that's where, you know, especially Milwaukee, because they've got Braun and Fielder back-to-back, you know, you've got to pick your poison. Pujols, on the other hand, he's basically on his own island. I'm not taking anything away from Lance Berkman, but again, there's Pujols, and I think then there's Berkman. They're at different levels, different stages of their career. But again, sometimes you don't have a choice, and those superstars, they do what they do. Now, Albert Pujols, remember how many games he missed this year? And then there was talk he might be out the rest of the season. I mean, this guy continues to confound you. You look at the numbers he puts up, the presence he has. The Cardinals were left for dead. They were not supposed to be in the postseason. You put them on their back, and they're in the postseason.
Is there any question Braun and Fielder, who of course is a free agent to be as well, just like Pujols in the offseason, best 3-4 combination in baseball right now?
Absolutely, no doubt about it on my mind. The one thing that makes him so good, one hits right-handed, one hits left-handed, so you can't match up with him. And both of them hit righties and lefties just as well. So who are you going to pitch to? You're going to pitch to Ryan Braun, watch him hit right-handed, strut around the bases, or you're going to watch Prince Fielder take gangster hacks up there and run around the bases. They have a great time. They get along great on and off the field. I love their whole little shtick when they hit a home run. They do the whole boxing thing. That's awesome. They get along great on and off the field. They complement each other so well. They're the best 3-4 hitters in baseball for me.
Okay, but you mentioned that you like it. You like the punching thing that they do after a home run.
Absolutely.
Okay, but it rubs some teams, including the St. Louis Cardinals, the wrong way. And we saw in Game 2, Albert Pujols and some of his teammates kind of mocking the whole beast mode sort of thing. Is this stuff done with? Are they now focusing on the task at hand, or the bad feelings, Eric, kind of still?
No, I think they're focused on the task at hand, but they're going to rub it into one another, because if you have some success, especially right now if you're the Cardinals, because you are kind of the elder statesman of that division, and you know, Milwaukee's the brash young guy, the arrogant guy, and they've got some things to say, and rightfully so, that they've earned that right. But whether you go out and do it, that's another thing. St. Louis plays the game a certain way, and they won't get drawn into this, oh, well, we're going to stoop down to a certain level, we're going to talk, we're going to play the game differently. That's how Milwaukee plays. You have to respect it because of how well they've played. But St. Louis, they're a different style of approach to playing the game.
Well, guys, we have a pair of aces on the bump out in St. Louis tonight in Game 3 of a series that is tied 1-1. Yovani Gallardo, one of the best-kept secrets in all of baseball, taking on Chris Carpenter, a former NL Cy Young Award winner. And he also closed out the Phillies with that shutout ball in Philadelphia in Game 5. Who do you give the edge to tonight?
I just think Carpenter might have blown all his energy in that Game 5. He came off the field with his shirt ripped off and all that. And I love Chris Carpenter. He's one of the best competitors I've ever met in my entire life. But Yovani Gallardo, like we said, is one of the best kept secrets in baseball. He's got one of the best breaking balls you'll ever see. And the way his motion is, he creates a little bit of deception, especially to right-hand hitters, where he's able to put the ball down and away, and guys just do not have good swings off of him.
You know, I like St. Louis because St. Louis is at home. And Milwaukee, remember, in the division series, they went out and they lost 2 games in Arizona. They are the only team that's in the postseason that finished under 500 on the road. There's something to be said about that, whether it's a physical issue or it's just mentally ingrained in their head. But Chris Carpenter, and you're on the road,
I like the Cardinals.
There's no rule, by the way, that you two can't agree on something.
Wait, I thought we were just supposed to. Apparently, whatever I say, EK just has to go the opposite way.
It's not true.
Sometimes you're wrong, AJ.
One thing we can agree on, Ken Rosenthal has been an awfully busy V lately. And coming up after the break, he's going to talk to the Texas Rangers pitching coach, Mike Maddox, as Matt Harrison gets ready to take the bump for the Rangers here in Game 4 of the ALCS. We are back on the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox, where Game 4 is still under a rain delay here in Detroit. First pitch expected right around 5:45 Eastern as the Rangers lead the best-of-7 series 2-1. Now the Rangers, first let's get a quick weather update, if you don't mind, from Storm Scout and Rick Dickert. What's up?
Hey, Chris, look at the radar here. We've been talking about the back edge of that rain that's been pushing over the Detroit area, and now it's right at the edge of the park there. So I anticipate a drying trend within the next several minutes. And look to the south, Chris. Look to the west. Nothing. Once this all pushes off to the north, we should be good. Hopefully we'll have that start coming up in a few. Back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. So it's getting promising. I mean, there's almost no precipitation out here right now. The skies are clearing a bit.
The humidity is falling.
You don't have to give us that. We do know that once the game starts, it'll be Rick Porcello for the Detroit Tigers, Matt Harrison for the Texas Rangers, who was a guy who was not even on the Rangers playoff roster a year ago when they won round 1, round 2, and made it all the way to the World Series, and that got him determined to have a better year in 2011.
It's very frustrating not being able to play when it comes down to the time where the games really matter, but being on the side as a cheerleader, wasn't as fun. seeing those highlights again from when we won the ALCS and seeing the guys celebrate, it really made me, upset, I guess. It actually might have helped me career-wise that I didn't make the playoff roster. It made me drive a little bit harder to make sure that I was going to be a part of it this year and turn a lot of things around. I was better prepared this year and more focused. And I think, just being more aggressive this year has really helped me to be more consistent, and I was learning each time out.
Shopping strikes out on a pitch up. So Harrison back to striking people out, getting his ninth of the game.
Really interesting for a guy in his mid-20s to say that Eric had helped his career.
Well, the key word for me was he said it helped him be more consistent, because this is a guy that, again, he can throw like your number 2 starter, or he can throw like a guy that should be left off the postseason roster. You're just not really sure what you're going to get, although he has been a lot better as of late. He's got a great arm. He's going to throw 95. The key for me against Matt Harrison, if you're the Detroit Tigers, take some pitches early and let him or make him establish a strike zone.
What a great trade, too, for John Daniels and the Texas Rangers. Bart Teixeira for Matt Harrison, Elvis Andrus, and Neftali Feliz. He did his homework somewhere. Matt Harrison, though, be careful today. Danger, danger for you, because the Detroit Tigers over the years have absolutely killed you. So be careful today. Establish that sinker early. Get those ground balls. But be careful, because Ryan Rayburn and the Detroit Tigers are coming.
So how much does Matt Harrison mean to the Texas Rangers starting rotation? Well, let's find out. Their pitching coach Mike Maddox a few moments ago joined our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. We're here with Rangers pitching coach Mike Maddox. Mike, Matt Harrison last season did not even make the playoff roster. How far has he come?
Oh, I think that was a tremendous motivation for him last year. And it was pretty much the Cliff Lee story firsthand, that Matt Harrison kind of did what Cliff Lee did and learned from it and talked to Cliff about it. And he came back very motivated this year, was not going to let this opportunity pass him by. So you got to give kudos to Matt for what he did all year and earning his way on the postseason.
Now, what is the key for him against this particular lineup tonight?
Hey, go out and pound the zone. That's the big thing. These guys are very high-energy offensive ball club, and you got to be on the attack. And that's when he's at his best. He is on the attack. Challenging them early and often, and that's what he's got to do.
Now, your starters in the postseason have not gone all that deep into games. How much of a concern is it for you as we go forward?
Well, we need to go deep. Game 1 was the rain, and nobody got innings out of their starter. Our Game 2, fortunately, Scott Feldman was able to pick up Derek Holland, and he got us all the way to the 7th inning, which kept our bullpen fresh, which we needed because we played 11. And then yesterday, Kobe was out there, and I thought Kobe had his good stuff. Just, baseball goes that way sometimes, and I thought he threw the ball very well, but their hitters were just a little bit better than he was.
Now, you rested your primary relievers last night. What is the state of your bullpen right now with Agondo, Feliz, and everyone else?
Our bullpen's fresh right now. We're fully armed because, when you're on the road and like that last night, we have to cover 8 innings, and, sometimes that's a blessing in disguise.
Mike, thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And some props right now to Mike Maddox. Here's a guy that loses a former Cy Young Award winner in Cliff Lee in the offseason. They're like, well, where's your ace? I mean, who's it going to be? What about the depth of your rotation? They have answered every question, Eric.
Well, he's been great since he's come over as a pitching coach from the Milwaukee Brewers. I played with Mike Maddox early on in my Dodger career. Very cerebral guy. Very good teacher. And what he's done coming over to Texas to an organization that was so offensive-minded, he has actually convinced guys that you can pitch in that ballpark and be successful. Ron Washington told us the other day, we asked him about Mike Maddox and his impact with the Texas Rangers. He says, look, I didn't know anything about pitching, but Mike Maddox, he runs that staff, he runs that bullpen, and he's taught me a lot and made me a better manager.
What does a pitching coach mean to a staff? What does he do?
Well, first of all, he gives guys confidence. He's able to look at the pitcher in the eye and say, this is what you're going to go out and do today. This is how you're going to pitch, guys. This is how you're going to approach it. And during the game, if there's an adjustment that needs to be made, you'll see the pitching coach go out there, pat the guy on the shoulder, touch him, say, hey, man, this is how it's going to be. You need to make this adjustment. Stay back. Stay tall. Let's use this pitch. Let's try using that pitch. Pitching coaches are very important. they mean a lot to the team. They give guys confidence. They give them that shot of energy when they might be dragging. They get them through those tough times when they're up and down. And we used to laugh all the time because we'd watch you guys film and he wouldn't have a good breaking ball that day. And Greg Walker, our old hitting coach of the White Sox, used to say, hey, they got a pitching coach too now. He's going to make an adjustment. So guys make adjustments between starts, and where does that come from? The pitching coach.
And it has obviously worked with today's starter, Matt Harrison, who has an ERA of under 3 on the road, and the Rangers have won 14 of his last 16 starts. I promise you, the weather is starting to clear. I don't have my AMS seal of approval, but it's looking a lot better here at Comerica Park. First pitch will be coming your way at 5:45 Eastern.
Is the heavyweight champion. He remains unbeaten.
The champion, Cain Velasquez, 6'1", 240 pounds.
Junior Dos Santos is on fire. How good is Junior Dos Santos? Cain, I'm coming for you. Woo!
The challenger, Junior Dos Santos, 6'4", 238 pounds. 22 wins, 1 loss combined.
The heavyweight division in the UFC has never been more stacked.
On November 12th, Fox Sports steps into the octagon for a world heavyweight title fight like no other. The best of mixed martial arts will be on display live from Anaheim, California. 5 rounds decide whether Cain remains the Ultimate Fighting Champion or if Junior will rip the heavyweight title from him. They'll be there. Will you? It's the UFC, and it's on Fox.
We are back on the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. The good news is there are human beings on the field. The bad news is it's not the grounds crew at this point. Some of the Tigers players starting to get a little bit loose. We are under an indefinite rain delay here at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan, getting you all set for Game 4 of the ALCS between the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers. Now, we can tell you, as we're sitting here, very little rain out there right now. It's starting to clear up a little bit. As you can see, the players are getting loose. The GMs talking to the league officials about what is next. We have yet to see the grounds crew. But the good news is, AJ, that there are players on the field. That means we got to be close.
That means we're getting close. That means they want to be out there, and they're not afraid to go out there. You see the pitchers out there throwing, just trying to get the blood flowing before tonight's game.
Well, guys, obviously 2011, a great year for milestones. We saw the all-time saves record. We saw a guy hit 600 homers, another guy get 3,000 hits, and some miraculous defensive plays as well. Here are your plays of the year, 2011.
Touches third, goes to second for two. Wilson flips the bench cord, relay to first. It's a triple play. It's a triple play. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Verlander has done it again. Liriano has his no-hitter. Absolutely masterful performance. Jim Thome has hit his 600th. Best I have ever seen. A sensational catch. Wow, that's a heck of a catch.
Milestone of 3,000. 602 career saves. The greatest relief pitcher in the history of baseball.
To left field, in comes Crawford. Can't make the catch. He pops up. The throw to the plate is going to be off the mark.
The Red Sox lose, and now they must wait and see what happens at Tropicana Field.
Line drive down the left field line towards the corner. This one, it's gone. It's gone. Evan Longoria has just hit the Rays to the American League wild card.
That's it. Gotta go.
He makes me laugh. Moment of the year, Eric Karros?
I'm going to say for me, Longoria hitting that home run in Tampa Bay. I was watching baseball that night, going from game to game, watching, and it seemed like just when the Red Sox lost, they go over to that game, and Longoria hits that home run. And, as a former player, just the emotions, and, you just look at that, and as a fan, that was the most exciting time for me.
For me personally, Jim Thome hitting number 600. A former teammate of mine, one of the best guys you'll ever meet, not only in baseball but in life. And for Jim Thome to hit 600 home runs, never doubt in my mind you get there, Jim. I love you. You're one of the best teammates I ever had. Congratulations. And hopefully all the ones I gave up to you, hopefully I'll stop giving them up to you and continue to play.
What are you saying? Did you, sir? Come on.
I gave up a few when I was in Minnesota. He was in Cleveland. I know Rick Reed, he must have hit at least 10 off of in about 11 at bats. So.
Yeah, pretty special guy, Jim Thome. Once again, the weather is clearing. That is the good news. We have seen ball players on the field. That is great news as well. However, we are still under a rain delay as we get ready for Game 4 of the ALCS. back live on the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox, and somebody has stopped the rain. That's the good news. However, the bad news is the tarp is still on the field. We are under an indefinite rain delay here as we get ready, and so do the fans for Game 4 of the ALCS between the Rangers and the Tigers. But right now, let's get another weather check. Storm Scout Rick Dickert, give us some good news.
I got good news for you, Chris, and I'll tell you what, you guys have been saying it. It's drying out there, and we've been waiting for this back edge of this band of rain to finally push north of Comerica Park, and that's what's happening now. All this moisture has been coming from the south, moving north, and you can see to the south of it, it's dry, it's clear. So I think the drying trend should continue. We'll be looking at cloudy skies for the rest of the evening. Won't rule out some spotty drizzle or real light lingering showers, but overall, the heavy stuff should be out of here. And it will be a humid night, and tell AJ I will send him a handheld hygrometer so he can check in on the humidity wherever he goes. He can track it, trend it, even utilize it, for his skills on the field.
Thank you, Rick.
A what?
A handheld something.
Sorry, Rick, but what is a hygrometer?
I don't know. We're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, it measures the humidity.
Yeah, you can't,
there you go.
You can't eat it, so I know that.
You can take it out, and then, then you can really watch and see, how the humidity affects your game.
I like it. Thank you, Rick. See,
Thanks,
you're getting
Rick.
presents. You've been on this network for 4 games, and you're already getting gifts.
Does that mean I can take it on the road with me and, determine when the rain's going to come and if we're going to be rain delayed? The guys in the clubhouse would love me if I could do that.
Listen, that's too much. It's
Absolutely.
a parting gift. It's a parting gift for you from Rick. So thank you very much, and also we appreciate the update. Our Ken Rosenthal, once again, very busy this afternoon, going from dugout to dugout. He is back with the Rangers and their veteran left-hander, Darren Oliver.
Thanks, Chris. We're here with Rangers left-handed reliever Darren Oliver. And Darren, this is your 6th straight postseason. All right. Is this the best team you've been on?
I guess time will tell. We'll see what happens in the next week or two. But, as of right now, we do have a pretty good team.
Now, you're 41 years old. I hate to say that, but it's true.
I know, man. Keep that.
All right. There are some guys on that team who could legitimately be your sons. What is it like for you mixing up with guys that are so young, really a different generation?
They kind of keep me young, so it's a lot of fun. I get called a lot of names, especially in the bullpen when I'm warming up. But that's all right, though. I'd rather be doing this and doing what they're doing, watching the players. So I'd rather be out there playing.
Your bullpen has been spectacular this postseason. Tell me what you see in Ogando.
This guy, comes from starting and going in the pen, and he throws like 98, 99 miles an hour, and he keeps it low at the knees. It's just a bonus for Wash to have somebody like that in the bullpen. He's our secret weapon.
Feliz.
And then he's throwing 101, just like the second secret weapon. So he's got so many options down there, so I'm sure it's good for Wash to have that kind of flexibility in the bullpen.
Now, lucky for you, you don't have to face this team on an everyday basis, but when you look at your lineup, what strikes you most?
Just, the offense. They can go out there and they can put up a 5-spot, with a quickness. I've seen it during the course of the season. So it's pretty scary. When those guys are clicking on all cylinders, it's a lot of fun to watch, and you got to feel for the opposing pitcher sometimes.
Now, Darren, being left-handed, still being effective out there, how long do you want to keep playing?
That's a great question. I kind of let my family decide that for me. So, after the end of the season, we have a little roundtable discussion, figure out which way we want to go, and, it's getting to the end. I know it, and I'm fine with it.
Tell me about your family and how that discussion goes. How old are your children?
11 and 9, 2 boys. So boys have a tendency to be hard-headed sometimes, and, it's tough for my wife sometimes on them. Sometimes they don't listen. It's just like any other kid, For some reason, they just don't listen to their mother as much as they do their dad. So the conversation, it'll be real quick. It'll be something like maybe one more, Dad. We'll see what happens. I'll have to talk them into it. Maybe I'll take them on vacation and we'll discuss it.
Darren, thanks very much. Chris, back to you.
Guys, thank you very much. You faced Darren Oliver when he was a slightly different pitcher. He could really bring the heat a little bit, huh?
Yeah, he could bring it. He was a starter back in the day, and he's had a great career, and he's evolved into a situational left-hander. And Ron Washington has used him in crucial situations when he needs to get that left-hander out. He's a great complement with Mike Gonzalez. And again, he is a guy that when Wash needs to get that big lefty, Darren Oliver gets the call.
You guys have both faced him. Who do you think has better numbers?
EK.
Why do you think?
He faced him more. He's the kind of guy EK would hit. He's
faced him 12 times. You faced him 10.
EK. I know I have one home run. I know it's a grand slam one. I know that.
You get grand slams off everybody.
I mean, unbelievable. I mean, I think I have 7, and I think that 2 of the pitchers we're talking about, I've got them off of. So
okay, you're 2 for 10 all time against him.
I know I'm better than 2 for 10. I know I'm better than 2 for 10.
5 for 12, a pair of homers.
That's better than 2 for 10.
That's absolutely. But I got more RBIs. So what do you want to balance here, power or average?
He's just happy you're not in the Tigers lineup tonight, Eric, and you're up here. All right, once again, we are under an indefinite rain delay, but the skies are clearing. There are players on the field. We'll have more from Motown live after this. ALCS pregame show on Fox. The weather is starting to clear. However, we are still under a rain delay as we get you ready for Game 4 of the ALCS between the Rangers and the Tigers. Texas leads the best-of-7 series 2-1. Temperature of slightly under 60 degrees. Now, last night, the Tigers a 5-2 winner in Game 3 to get to within 2-1 in this best-of-7 series, and that simply continued the love affair between the Tigers and the city of Detroit.
I think we all know the hard times that Detroit has gone through.
Once you've seen the economy and how it is, then have an appreciation for what the Tigers mean.
Well, it's tough to explain, but, just the aura around the city, what it brings to everybody around Michigan.
And also the appreciation that the players have for the fans, too, because they come out.
It's been tough times for people in Detroit. We know that. I come from a big family. My dad was a factory worker. I know all about stuff like that, worrying about getting laid off and stuff. So I have a great appreciation for that. And it means so much to me. But I think during times like this, a sports team can uplift your spirits. And I hope that we've lifted up the spirits of our fans in Detroit because they deserve it.
What we've done, what the Lions are doing now, has really, helped with the spirits of the city. And, right now it's a great time to be a Detroit fan.
We have the best fans around, in my opinion.
people are coming downtown excited. It's a fun experience for everybody in the city, and they can use it.
Well, you heard Alex Avila talk about it, the success of not only the Tigers, but look at the Lions. First time in 55 years they are 5-0, and just down the street in Ann Arbor, Michigan, they got it going so far. They are 6-0 for the first time in 5 years, which coincidentally was the last time the Tigers made it all the way to the World Series. And you guys can understand it, what it's like to play in a sports town. I mean, Eric Karros, you played with one of the most beloved teams, the Chicago Cubs, and I mean, cities just embrace the athletes.
Well, they do, and I think what's also happened here is the players have embraced the fans as well, and that's something that doesn't always happen. But here in Detroit, because of that blue-collar work ethic, because the Detroit Tigers are that glimmer of hope for this city, I think there's been a relationship established, and right now it is great to be a Detroit fan.
I agree with you. And I always said I've been coming here 3 times a year for 10 years now. And since this stadium was first built, we always said if the Detroit Tigers ever become good and become relevant in Major League Baseball, this is going to be one of the best places to play. And you could see last night, you've seen this whole season, they draw fans, they get people in here downtown Detroit, Ford Field right across the street where the Lions play. This is one of the best atmospheres and the best places to play. Even though the fans don't always give me all the love that I think I deserve, it is fun to come here and listen to them.
Think you deserve. That's going to help you get some more.
Exactly. I mean, I figured I've been playing against them all this time. I've made plenty of outs for them. I mean, they should love me.
That's why Leland gives you the big bear hug.
Exactly.
So that's the love that you've been asking for. All right, we'll continue on here live on Fox this afternoon as we are approaching the 6 o'clock hour Eastern. It has stopped raining. These fans are waiting. Thank you for your patience. However, Game 4 is still under a rain delay. More coming your way from Motown after this. on the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox, and there you go. About 2 minutes ago, the grounds crew walked on the field to a standing ovation. They are out there, and we have an official start time, at least estimated start time, of 6:30 Eastern. Ken Rosenthal down on the field has much more. Kenny, what's up?
I'm here with Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations, Peter Woodfork. Peter, the first question people have is, why, with it not raining, has the tarp been on so long?
I think first and foremost, we have to look into the future, what's coming. So we want to make sure we got the last cell past us, looking into the future, make sure we have dry weather, pop up, and be able to pull the tarp. You know, we have to make sure we do that so we don't get in a case where we had last time we made a decision in New York where we pulled, or even the other night where we pulled and then 20 minutes later you got to put it back on.
Okay, so the start time is 6:30. Do you anticipate playing through?
That's our goal. I mean, that's why we waited this long, just to make sure that we could try to get 4 hours of relatively dry weather. I think that's the best we can do. Pull the tarp now, get it ready, and go at 6:30.
All right, Peter, thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
Kenny, thank you very much. All right, let's find out the latest from Rick Dickert. Has the weather passed through, or is there more coming? What's going on?
We're done with it. Look, Chris, we've been watching the southern edge of this band push through, and it is now clear of Comerica Park to the south. That's where all the moisture has been coming from. Clear skies here. There is nothing on the radar here at all to the south or to the west. There isn't any big pop-up showers that are developing. I anticipate relatively dry conditions for the remainder of the evening. Maybe just some spotty drizzle, an isolated light shower, but all the heaviest stuff is through. It's to the north.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. So the tarp is coming off the field. The rain, go away. Yeah. We're not blaming this entirely on Brzezinski, but we're thinking about it.
Just 99.9% humidity you are.
Right. All right, guys. So now that the tarp's coming off the field and we're less than 40 minutes away from estimated first pitch, how tough is it to get the juices flowing again, EK?
It's not all that difficult. If you're a position player, you get in the tunnel, you maybe take some balls in the batting cage, hit a few off the tee, maybe go out, play some catch, maybe run in the tunnel a little bit, but it's not all that difficult. You've been waiting to play for the last hour and almost 2 hours. You're ready to go. As long as you didn't eat a bunch of cookies or something, you should be ready.
Well, there was none left because Rose ate them all the other day. But you know what? As a player, it's the playoffs. You get ready. You go. They have a batting cage in both clubhouses right there. You take your swings. They both have weight rooms and treadmills and bikes. You can get your legs loose. The strength guy right now and the trainers are walking around giving guys last-minute stretching. They're going to be fine. They're going to be ready to go. The temperature's dropped a little bit. Some guys will probably throw on some tights underneath their pants, and other than that, let's go. It's game 4 of the ALCS. You do everything you can to get out there. Let's go play.
I understand it. I respect it. There's 2 guys in particular I want to ask about. Delman Young, who did not play last night with that strained intercostal. Then Victor Martinez, who strained one in last night's game. Presumably, they got loose several hours ago. Maybe they hit in the cage a little bit. Then maybe they sit down a while. How tough is it for them to get going?
It shouldn't be a problem. Like I just said, they have all the facilities here in Detroit to do everything. Whirlpools, cold pools, whatever they need to jump in. Bikes, treadmills, batting cages, it's all there. They're loose. They can get loose. They can rub some hot stuff on there. The trainers have been back there. Plus, they gave them a couple hours extra to get some more treatment and get better. So I think this actually helps them a little bit because the start-stop doesn't bother them, but they do get more treatment and they're more available for me.
Yeah, I don't know if it helps them more, but AJ hit it right on the head. You just get a little heat on that intercostal, and you're as good as you can possibly be.
Okay. So everybody's getting ready. The tarp is off. We're feeling a little bit better. There's a little bit better mood here in Comerica Park. The players are getting ready to see a little bit baseball. Estimated first pitch, 6:30 Eastern between the Rangers and the Tigers here on Fox. live on the Chevrolet ALCS extended version of the pregame show on Fox. Getting ready for baseball. Estimated start time 6:30 Eastern as they are pulling the tarp off the field. It'll be game 4 between the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers. So what are the teams thinking right now? Rangers GM John Daniels standing by live with our Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Chris. John, from what I understand, the biggest concern for both teams here is losing your starting pitcher, the way the Tigers and Yankees did in Game 1 of the division series. Tell me your perspective on that.
Obviously, that's something that neither team wants to see. You know, I think you want to see the game played with the guys that the managers roll out there. But I think factoring everything in, the MLB looked at it, the forecast looks pretty good. You know, there's always a chance, but it's relatively small. As well, I think as we've seen weather forecasts, you never know 100%. But you know, we didn't want to get into a situation where all these fans have sat here for a couple hours waiting for the game. You know, the skies have cleared, and you don't want to have to send them home. Plus, there's some rain in the forecast the next few days that could complicate things. So I think all parties agree this is the best case.
Were there different forecasts along the way, and was that part of the delay?
There always are, right? I mean, no, that wasn't necessarily part of the delay. I think everyone wanted to wait till the skies cleared somewhat so they could dress the field and get it ready.
John, thank you very much. Chris, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. We saw him chatting briefly a little bit earlier with Dave Dombrowski, the GM of the Texas Rangers, as you quickly see the Rangers starter Matt Harrison now popping out of the dugout. Presumably he will start his warm-up going against Rick Porcello. But quickly, guys, I want to get to the two GMs, two of the best in baseball. They both were active during the July trade deadline. Who, in your opinion, did a better job?
Well, look, they both did great jobs because they're here. But for me, John Daniels went out and he built a team that would be successful in the playoffs by solidifying the bullpen. We've seen how much of an impact that the Texas Rangers bullpen has already had in this series. And he went out and got some guys. This is a guy that was in the World Series last year, and he knew that he would have a good team, but he wasn't satisfied, went out and made some more moves. Remember, he's only 34 years old.
He looks like he's not even 34 years old. He looks like he's about 14 years old. But Dave Dombrowski, let's talk about him. His moves weren't necessarily made at the trade deadline. His moves were made in the offseason. They knew they had to catch the Twins. They knew they had to compete with the White Sox in the Central. What did they do? They went outside the best setup guy in baseball last year, Joaquin Benoit. What else did they do? They went out and got Victor Martinez. Then after the trade deadline, who did they get? Delman Young from the interdivision rival Minnesota Twins. They just gave him to him, said, here, take him. What has that guy done? 3 homers in the ALDS. Great September, led him to the playoffs. Dave Dombrowski, you've been awesome. John Daniels, I know EK loves. He loves the Rangers. I love the Tigers. Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, well, both these teams obviously had great Septembers as they made their run to the postseason. And Dave Dombrowski can give himself a pat on the back.
Just for the fourth or fifth time, right?
I was thinking he could go inside and maybe get himself one of those cookies that EK was talking about.
Oh, okay. All right. Once again, what are we, about a half hour from estimated first pitch? Matt Harrison, he's already come out as they've taken the tarp off the field. We are waiting for the arrival of Tiger starter Rick Porcello. We'll talk about the pitching matchup and more when we come back. Back live on the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show here on Fox. Tarp is all the way off the field. First pitch estimated at 6:30 Eastern. That's when that guy, Rick Porcello, the 22-year-old right-hander for the Tigers, will take the mound. What are we going to see out of him, AJ?
He's going to be very similar to Doug Fister. Sinker, changeup, mix it up. Try to get in on the lefties with a little cutter. He's got to command the inside part because left-handed hitters have killed him all year. He's got to beat Doug Fister and be as sharp, and he'll be good.
And let's remember, he pitched in relief of Justin Verlander in Game 1 down in Texas. And speaking of Texas, there's the Rangers starter tonight, Matt Harrison.
He's got to have control of the off speed, establish the curveball and the changeup, and then he throws that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He has the ability to be dominant. He also has the ability to get his pitch count up, have a long inning. He's got to avoid that. More importantly, give the Tigers a quality start. They've only had one this postseason.
Are you a little bit worried, since he hasn't pitched now in 8 days, that Harrison could be a little wild out of the gate?
Absolutely not. I don't think so at all. He's been conditioned to do this. He knew what he was getting himself into. Matt Harrison will be fine. I know he's not fun to face. I know that as a left-handed hitter trying to face that 95 with that sink on it. Just comes in and eats you up inside.
You know what, though? I think that's something you have to watch. He hasn't thrown in 8 days, and on top of that, he wants to prove to everybody that, hey, look, I belong here. I shouldn't have been left off the postseason roster last year. I'm as good as people think I am in the last month or so.
Well, if Matt Harrison needs any help from his defense tonight, he's in good hands with Josh Hamilton.
All right, hitting a home run is just okay.
A mammoth home run for Josh Hamilton.
But the coolest thing to me in baseball is when, say, you got a guy on third base, you got one out, there's a fly ball hit to you in outfield, and he's tagging. And you can feel the atmosphere in the stadium change. You can hear your players screaming forward, he's tagging home. The ball's up, you get behind it, you catch it, you come up, throw it, and you see the whole play develop in front of you. You see the guy running, you see where your ball's going, you see the catcher at the plate, you see the cutoff man, you hear the crowd building. And when it gets all the way there and the catcher tags them out for the third out and the crowd erupts, that is the best moment in baseball.
What's it like on the other end?
It's not as fun as Josh Hamilton just made it seem. I know that. When you're waiting for that ball, it seems like it's never going to get there. You feel like the guy's going to just absolutely crush you at home plate as a catcher. You're waiting. You're just like, come on, give me the ball. And you just want to hang on to the ball. Ask Mike Napoli how it feels to be on the other end of one of those Josh Hamilton throws.
I say just the ability to make the crowd either stand up and cheer or be real quiet when you're on the road. I've never been in the outfield to throw anybody out, and I've never been on the receiving end like AJ has when you're getting run over.
I just like the fact that he said it only feels okay to hit a home run. You hit a lot more home runs in your career than I did. I mean, when I hit a home run, it's like party time.
Hey, real quickly, who's the best that you've seen at blocking the plate?
Oh, man, Scioscia. Scioscia, when I was growing up, was the guy, EK Dodger guy. But Mike Scioscia, I mean, he's taught his guys how to do that in Anaheim. Jeff Mathis, Mike Napoli, who's with Texas. He teaches guys literally to sit on top of the plate and make you go through them.
Yeah, there's no question. Scioscia would actually plant base runners, and runners would come in and they'd fold up like an accordion. Not a lot of fun if you saw Scioscia at home plate.
All right, EK, you told us during a rain delay the toughest thing for a ball player to do is kind of stay out of the kitchen and the snack room. Well, let's see what Joe Buck and Tim McCarver have been doing since we last checked in with them. Joe?
Well, if my face looks a little bit fuller, I've had one bratwurst, I've had one hot dog, I had some shrimp, I've had more Mountain Dew than any person should have prior to a baseball game.
You have ketchup on your upper lip, too.
Wonderful. How about you? What have you? I know you've had one hot dog.
I did the same thing that you did.
You know, we had a chance to talk to Josh Hamilton before today's game, and you know, this is kind of a different era where we're getting more involved with some of the players before the game and getting their thoughts about tonight's game and the series in general. How did you come away feeling about Josh Hamilton after sitting down with the Texas center fielder?
Well, I just think he's one of the great players in the last 2 decades. We talked about his swing last night and what he does on defense. And speaking of defense, segue from Josh Hamilton to Adrian Beltre, because he's playing in a lot of pain tonight. Victor Martinez will be playing in a lot of pain. But if Josh Hamilton is important on defense, so is Adrian Beltre, because Matt Harrison throws so many ground ball double plays. or at least opportunities for ground ball double plays. So the left side of the infield becomes very, very important for the Rangers.
And Victor Martinez, you mentioned, he had the oblique, and he did it on a home run swing that tied the game last night. Then he threw his helmet down the steps, and you knew he was in pain. But when we talked to him before the game, you know, there was just never any doubt that he was going to play in today's game. And at that point, and this is now hours ago, he hadn't really swung the bat right-handed, which is how he will swing it tonight against Matt Harrison.
And one would have to assume that that's going to be a break for not only Victor Martinez, but for the Detroit Tigers, because the pull is right here. It's the oblique. So hitting from the right side, I would think, would be a lot more comfortable for him.
That is it from us for now. Guys, you've been working hard. Back to you, Chris.
Least they could have done was send down some snacks or something.
We didn't get hot dogs. I want a bratwurst. What the heck?
No, that's what happens. All right, players are starting to get loose on the diamond right now. Once again, estimated start time of about 6:30. EK, you told us earlier you think the team that wins today wins the series.
I do, and I firmly believe that, because if Texas wins tonight, then they assure themselves of going back home. They could possibly beat Verlander tomorrow, but they're in a great position. They only have to win one of the next three. If the series is tied 2-2 and then you're looking at Verlander tomorrow, you could end up going back home down 3-2, having to face Scherzer and then Fister. It's just not a good position to be in.
So once again, we are inching closer to first pitch as Alex Avila and the Tigers get ready to take on the Texas Rangers. First pitch estimated at 6:30 Eastern. More from Motown right after this. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox.
I'm not afraid. Yeah. It's been a ride. I guess I had to go to that place to get to this one. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Take a stand. Take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand.
3-1 Detroit and a home run by Johnny Peralta.
Whatever weather, come the wall. Set you going, you're not alone. I'll if you feel like you've been taken. I never let you down again. I promise to never.
is next on Fox.
We are getting ready for some baseball here in Detroit, Michigan. Still under a rain delay, but estimated first pitch between the Rangers and the Tigers, 6:30 Eastern. It's Fox's continuing coverage of the ALCS. Eric Karros, AJ Przinsky. I am Chris Rose. And guys, it was really the heart of the lineup that got things going last night for the Motor City Kitties.
Absolutely. Victor Martinez and Miguel Cabrera, welcome to the ALCS. We talked about this earlier, but hey, they finally showed up. They need these guys to hit. Victor Martinez with a huge tying home run. Miguel Cabrera following it up the next inning with the RBI double to right field. Then a home run later in the game, both on 0-2 pitches. I know Ron Washington said they weren't trying to pitch to him. They made mistakes, but hey, that guy is that good that if you throw him anything he can reach, he will hit it, and he will hit it hard. So for the Detroit Tigers, the series just started. Why? Because V-Mart and Miggy are back.
You know what? Both of those guys are going to have to produce tonight, and why it becomes so important for those two to have another big night. Whoever wins tonight's ball game, they win the series. I don't think there's any question. If Texas wins tonight, they're up 3-1. They know they're going back home. They've got 3 games to win 1. If you're Detroit, on the other hand, you win tonight. You're 2-2. You've got Verlander going tomorrow, which probably a win at home. And then you've only got to win 1 game at Texas with Scherzer and Fister on the mound. All the momentum in your favor.
You heard Justin Verlander in an interview earlier tonight with Ken Rosenthal say, you know what, I wanted to be out there for Game 4, but we'll see him tomorrow for Game 5. All right, we've got a lot more coming your way here from Detroit, Michigan, as we get you closer and closer to Game 4. You've noticed the hashtag throughout the ALCS right over Eric Karros' head. It says hashtag postseason. Why don't you follow us on Twitter? It's at MLB on Fox. All the behind-the-scenes photo and information you need. It's just a click away. More from Motown after this. Welcome back to the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. Time to crack open the baseball history books with another edition of Fall Classics. And this one happened 6 years ago today. Game 2 of the ALCS. R.A.J. swings for the fences and finds air against Kelvin Escobar. But the ball hit the ground, so Josh Paul never tagged him. A.J. gets to first. Mike Scioscia's wondering what happened. Here's what happened.
It's into the left field corner. This ball is off the wall. The White Sox have won. Controversy in Chicago.
Finally something to be proud about. They always said in baseball you can't steal first. Well, guess what? I did it.
Hey, listen, you did the right thing, and the White Sox didn't lose another post game.
But I still wonder, did the ball actually hit the ground, or did I just fake out?
Let's not get to that. Let's get to tonight's starting pitcher for the Tigers, 22-year-old right-hander Rick Porcello. For the Texas Rangers, it's Matt Harrison. Let's start with Porcello. What are we going to see?
A lot of sinkers and changeups, a little cutter into into lefties, trying to keep the ball down. He's very similar to Doug Fister. He needs to locate as well as Fister did last night and take care of the lefties. If he takes care of the lefties, he will have success because lefties have killed him. And this lineup for the Texas Rangers is loaded with righties, so take care of Hamilton and Murphy.
Yeah, Matty Harrison on the other side for the Texas Rangers. He's got a real live arm. He's going to come at you with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Has a curveball and a changeup. The key for him will be, can he establish that curveball and changeup and then put you away with that fastball? Also watch him early, because if he's not getting the ball over, the Tigers can be patient, elevate his pitch count. The Rangers, all they're looking for right now is a quality start. They've only had one this postseason.
And Texas has won 14 of his last 16 starts. Very quickly with Porcello, he hasn't won in exactly a month against
the White Sox, of course.
Okay, are you worried at all about confidence? Quickly, 30 seconds.
Absolutely no chance. He came in through 2 great innings in game 1 here. He's going to be fine. He's totally confident. He's a young kid. He's brash. He's going to be good.
Yeah, I'm watching right now for Matt Harrison to see how he is, see how the nerves, the focus early on in this game.
All right, as you can tell, this place is finally rocking, and kudos to the fans as well for hanging out. Some of them have been here since about 3 o'clock Eastern. They've been sitting through the rain. They've been sitting through our pregame show as well. They're ready to see some baseball, and they'll see that coming your way at 6:30 Eastern. But right now, it is time for the playing of our national anthem. So for that, let's set it up to Detroit's public address announcer, Bob Vergils.
And now please remain standing for the performance of our national anthem. Please welcome founding and current member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Aldo Reed, to lead us in our national anthem.
We're getting ready for some baseball. The Tigers got on the board last night thanks to an injured V-Mart. He's going to try and keep things going in the right direction tonight against the left-hander, Matt Harrison. Detroit fans, though, they want to see an appearance by Papa Grande against the Texas Rangers. We'll promise you'll hear from Joe and Tim right after this. To the Chevrolet ALCS pregame show on Fox. We are just about ready for baseball. Game 4 of the ALCS between the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers. We are done talking on the set, at least for now, so let's head it upstairs to Joe Buck. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Chris. No more rain. No more rain. You guys are going to be finished until the end. That we are promising right now. Well, every game in a postseason series is big. But consider how important tonight's Game 4 is. If you're the Texas Rangers, you come here to Detroit, you're up 2-0 going into last night. You lose. Okay, so you're still up 2-1. But now today, if you lose this game, you go into tomorrow taking on the best pitcher in the game in Justin Verlander on normal rest, the 24-game winner. That doesn't seem so good. So this is a big one here tonight. And Tim McCarver, yes, the Texas Rangers lost last night in Game 3, but there was a silver lining to it for Texas.
Yeah, you have a tendency to rationalize in the postseason more than the regular season because of the shortness of the series. And even though the Rangers lost last night, they could take solace in the fact that they rested 3 most important guys in the bullpen: Mike Adams, Alexio Gondo, and Neftali Feliz.
And on the other side, we saw the White Sox, or rather the Detroit Tigers, tie this game on a home run by Victor Martinez. How did he do it? The swing and what happened after. It's kind of crazy that the guy got hurt on a home run.
It is weird for a guy to make as solid a contact as Victor made in last night's game to tie the game and come down with an oblique injury. And then when Victor was congratulated in the clubhouse, he threw his helmet. And I ask you, how many guys have you seen throw their helmet after tying the game in the postseason with a home run? Not many.
No, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Hey, it's Game 4 tonight. Last night, the Tigers returned home, and the offense came alive as they got back into the series. Today, Detroit looks to even things up, knowing their ace is ready to go tomorrow. It's Game 4 of the ALCS coming up next. Today's game is sponsored by MasterCard, asking you to eat, drink, and be generous this fall and buy DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. It is cool. It is obviously damp. The forecast is for cloudy, no rain. 59 degrees. But it just feels a little nastier than that as we get ready for Game 4. For a report on the field conditions for Game 4, let's go down to Kenny Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. A little mist in the air right now, but I'm told by Tigers outfielder Austin Jackson that this field drains pretty well. So no problems are anticipated. But again, you need to keep this field dry.
Hey, let me ask you, Kenny, while you're on, tell us about your bow tie tonight, because I think it's appropriate with the gentleman who delivered the game ball tonight.
Yeah, this one, Joe, is for joining forces, and that's the initiative started by Michelle Obama and Jill Biden to support military families.
And I say that because Sergeant Sean Oates, the U.S. Marine Corps, delivered the game ball here tonight, got a great round of applause. So we're glad he's with us. We're glad you are with us. And the home plate umpire tonight, who will call that first pitch from that game ball, a ball or a strike, will be Fielding Culbreth, who is working his 6th LCS. And you can still see some mist is falling as it hits our camera lens, but for the most part it has not been raining for well over an hour now. The opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And so now all eyes are on 22-year-old right-hander Rick Porcello. And here's the Rangers starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Thick outside the bunt. Kinsler leads it off. Elvis Andrus is batting second. And then Josh Hamilton. Michael Young still looking for RBI number 1 this postseason. Adrian Beltre. Napoli, Nelson Cruz, David Murphy. And your Victoria Alba hit his way into tonight's lineup because of his 3-hit effort in Game 3. There are the numbers for Game 4 of the division series against the Yankees for Porcello. He was the loser in that game, in a game that ended 10-1 here on October the 4th.
You mentioned Rick Porcello in his 3rd year in the major leagues and only 22 years old. And you've heard from A.J. Pierzynski and Eric Karros talking about his stuff. A sinker. He induces a lot of ground balls. Through the first time through the lineup, Jim Leyland telling us he can get 5 or 6 ground ball outs, that would be a good night.
He is from New Jersey, 6'5", 200 pounds. And as the guys talked about, he did work in relief in that rain-delayed Game 1. And here is the comparison between the two starters here in Game 4. Porcello, trouble with left-handed batters. Matt Harrison, they wonder, and Eric Karros talked about it, about the pitch count, about his nerves, about being overly excited. But they are both ground ball pitchers. The infield is in great condition. Jim Leyland and Ron Washington, the two managers, are set to go. And finally, a game that was supposed to start at 4:19 Eastern. We will get after it at about, at least on the scoreboard clock, about 6:34. I've got it at 6:30. Kinsler last night jumped on the first pitch and got a base hit into left. 2 more hits followed, including an RBI hit by Hamilton, but then a double play ball. And Pfister settled in after that. Strike 1 from Rick Porcello.
More than any hitter on either side, Ian Kinsler pulls the ball. That's his strength. Rarely will he go to right field.
Here is an 0-1. He pulls it. Diving stoppage. And a nice start defensively for the Tigers. So Brandon was ready after a 2-hour, 13-minute rain delay to get dirty on the first play.
Yeah, Brandon certainly the best third baseman defensively for the Tigers. And in there against the left-handed Harrison tonight. Good play. He recovers in time to throw out Kinsler.
That'll bring in Elvis Andrus. Trying to get on and trying to break a little bit of a funk that he's been in the postseason. Dating back to Game 4 of last year's World Series against the Giants. He's only 4 for his last 31. And hitting in that number 2 spot when you've got guys like Hamilton, Young, and Beltre to follow. That's a guy that Ron Washington is dying to get hot. 94-mile-per-hour fastball, strike 1. Porcello was originally a 27th overall draft pick in the first round. There's a good pitch down and in. And that was mainly due to rumors that he would be tough to sign. Good movement on that pitch down and in.
That gives you an idea. When he's on top of that pitch, that ball really bites down. Natural sinker from Porcello.
Jam shot is fouled. Rick in game 1 went 2 innings, struck out 1. And when he took over, he had to deal with the heart of the Rangers lineup, which after talking to him yesterday, he said gives him a little bit of a leg up, since he's already faced the big bats in this group once in this series. Ball 1. There are their faces. Culbreth behind the plate. Jeff Nelson, Tom Hallion. Crew chief has worked his way from home plate all the way around to third base. Vanover and Jim Wolf, who worked the plate last night, is banished into right field. 2 out and a strikeout for Porcello. Here's a look at the defense for the Tigers. Delman Young does get the start, but he cannot throw at all. Jackson in center, Rayburn in right. You know about Inge, Peralta, Santiago, Cabrera with Avila catching Porcello. And a good start for Porcello, and now it's Josh Hamilton. That was quick and easy. Down go the Rangers. Up come the Tigers after a half. In Detroit, no score. Game on Fox is sponsored by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. By E-Trade, Investing Unleashed. And by Fiat. There is Matt Harrison, and here is the Tigers starting lineup brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Austin Jackson leads it off. And Ryan Rayburn, it's another jumbled up lineup for Jim Leland. He switches guys around. Cabrera, Martinez, then Delman Young, who when he was healthy was hitting third. Now he's hitting fifth. Avila, Peralta, Santiago, and Inge batting ninth, playing third against the left-hander Matt Harrison, 26-year-old, who, as they talked about in our pregame show, was left off the postseason roster last year. Those were his numbers from the clincher in St. Pete against the Tampa Bay Rays 2 Tuesdays ago. And the Rangers advanced, having won their 3rd straight. Jackson behind on that 95-mile-per-hour fastball, strike 2.
Ron Washington telling us before the game he is not worried about the stuff of Matt Harrison. He's got as good a stuff as anybody in the American League, but he's worried about the control of his stuff.
Here is his 0-2 pitch. Hello. Austin Jackson up and in, 1-2.
Little duster early right here. Jackson with 3 hits last night. That's part of the game. Pitch inside to get him out of way.
That's inside.
That's inside, says home plate umpire Field and Culbreth. That's 2-2. 500 hitter is Jackson against Matt Harrison. That's outside, full count. Harrison had Jackson set up and lost him.
2 quick strikes and then 4 straight balls. And that's what Ron Washington was talking about.
Matt Harrison told us that when he was left off the postseason roster last year, obviously it was crushing to him. But he said, you know, looking back, it's probably a blessing in disguise, because had he pitched well in the bullpen last year, they may have kept him down there. Now this year he wanted to be a starter. They made him a starter. They let him go to work, and he won 14 games. He's been red hot since the 1st of September, 5-0, with an ERA of 2.78. Here's another guy with big numbers, Ryan Rayburn against Matt Harrison, 8 for 12 with 2 home runs.
After the 2 strikes to Jackson, 6 straight balls out of the strike zone.
There are those numbers since the 1st of September, after they slowed Harrison down and gave him a chance to skip a start. Another one out of the strike zone, and Napoli will go tall. Not much to say other than calm down and throw strikes. Take a look at the defense behind Matt Harrison. David Murphy in left. Hamilton in center. Nelson Cruz in right. Beltre, Badney, and all at third. Andrews at short. Kinsler, Michael Young. Napoli is trying to guide the young Harrison through his 2nd postseason start. Borderline pitch, strike 1.
Good hitting situation for Rayburn. He knows he's going to get a fastball. Hitters refer to this pitch as a free pitch.
What does he do with it? Fouls it out of play off to the right, 94. Good jump on it, full count.
I would imagine Jackson will be off and running. The one thing you cannot do is get picked off in this situation. It's up to the hitter to put the ball in play.
Jackson had a couple of chances to run last night, never did. This is just to get motion on the bases. He takes off, and a ground ball to third. Still out at second. Got them both, well turned. And even with the runner going, the Rangers are able to turn a 5-4-3 double play. Beltre is awfully good.
He's awfully good, even with the bad knee. In a lot of pain. Throwing to second base, realizing that if he doesn't get Jackson, if the throw is late, you're still going to get Ryan Rayburn. Once again, Matt Harrison induced more double plays than any other pitcher in the American League. That's why Beltre is so important.
Brings in Miguel Cabrera with the bases empty, and a ball up and away. Kinsler just strikes me as the kind of guy, Tim, that would have been one of those walking out of the cornfield in Field of Dreams. He's like a throwback.
Yes, he is.
That's ball 2, up and in, 2-0. He's tough. He hung in there well on that turn and fired a rocket over to first to complete the double play.
TNT, tough and talented.
Counts 2-0. See if Cabrera gets something to wallop here. Changed up on him, and it's 2-1. Good pitch from Harrison.
In a fastball count, Cabrera gets the changeup.
The 2-1.
That's outside.
Don't need me. You can hear Field and Culbreth. It's 3-1. Another walk. But a double play ball mixed in between. 1 on, 2 out. Victor Martinez coming up and down to the field, and Ken Rosenthal we go.
Well, Joe, if you want to know why Victor Martinez is one of the game's most respected figures, listen to this. He knew his home run trot last night was painfully slow. And as he crossed home plate, he told the Rangers catcher, Jorge Torrealba, hey, tell Colby Lewis I'm not trying to show him up. I'm just really uncomfortable. Torrealba said, don't worry about it. And later he told me he knew that Martinez was in pain. He knew that he wasn't showboating. Torrealba said, I know this guy. That's not him.
And this guy was still wondering if he could hit right-handed or how it would feel when we had a chance to meet with him about 3 hours before the scheduled start of this game. Last night, hitting left-handed in that pull, Tim, is down the right side of his body, and so it'll be a different feel, I would imagine, swinging from the other side of the plate.
Yeah, it's about in the area of the lower part of the rib cage, right at the edge of the rib cage, about 4 inches above the waist on the right side.
Here's an 0-1 on the inside corner. Good pitch, strike 2.
There it is right there. That's from the back. So you'd have to switch that to the other side, but that's where the oblique is. And this is the swing from last night that tied the game. A home run. That was in the 4th inning as the leadoff hitter.
It looked like a picture from airport security we just got.
It did.
Popped up on the infield, and Elvis Andrus waits for it. That wasn't you, was it?
No.
On your flight to Detroit, who played 1.
I don't model for those pictures.
In game 4, it might be something you'd want to look into. No score in Detroit. First inning, 2 groundouts and a strikeout. Michael Young is first up. We've seen him with the full beard. We've seen him with a beard with a mustache part shaved off. And now, not to say baseball players are superstitious, but it's bad luck not to be superstitious. He has shaved his entire beard. And he takes a strike.
That's a good line. It's bad luck not to be superstitious.
Michael Young, Adrian Beltre, Mike Napoli for the Rangers here in the second. 0-2. Ron Washington said he has not thought at all of taking Michael Young out of the cleanup spot, despite 29 plate appearances without an RBI this postseason.
That's because of Michael Young's record of .338 averages, best this year, second to Cabrera in the American League.
The 0-2. Good pitch. Put in a good spot, ball 1. Here are the regular season numbers, divisional series, and it's dropped down even in the ALCS. A 1-2. Hard hit, right side. And that's the way it's going for Michael Young. 1 out. What a play by Santiago to his left.
Jim Leyland has told us that if Santiago could run, he'd be a regular second baseman for someone. He reminds me of Placido Polanco. He almost looks like him. Of course, he's a switch hitter and not quite the hitter Polanco is. Polanco used to play second base for these Tigers.
But you like him and you think he's a good player?
He is a very good player that could be a regular player if he ran better.
1 out, nobody on. Strike 1 on Adrian Beltre. The Tigers had basically an open competition at second base during spring training. Talked about Sizemore not winning it. Will Rhymes actually did. He was there on opening day at Yankee Stadium, but he didn't hit enough. Santiago, for the most part, throughout the postseason, counts 0-2 on Beltre. Big numbers for Adrian since the 1st of September when he came back off the hamstring injury. First year of a 5-year deal, and the Rangers got all they wanted. Backing out of play. Now our cashback players to watch. Chase Freedom, cashback players to watch. Adrian Beltre with that left knee. We've already seen Victor Martinez hit and pop up. Get short change, get your cash back. Chase Freedom. That's foul. This guy's a tough out. We saw that last night when he was on top of the plate, fouling balls off his shin, his knee, his thigh. He is fearless, and it's tough to get it by him.
Jim Leyland telling us there's a lot of talk, and everybody knows how tough football players have to be. You play a 162-game schedule almost every day. These guys in the postseason, they are tough, and Martinez and Beltre and Delvin Young are proving that being in the lineup tonight.
Here's what he went through in game 3 last night. That was awful. Right off his left knee. That's what it did to him. But he continued, played throughout. Checked his swing on a pitch in the dirt. Did not go, and it's 2-2.
That was a lot closer than it looked. It looked to me like when the ball hit the dirt, there was that little wave of the hand. It was very close, I thought. No, didn't go.
And the count 2-2. Porcello gets his second strikeout.
Five hitters for the Rangers thus far. They have not gotten a ball out of the infield. Jim Leyland's got to be very happy with Porcello through the first 5.
Say again what Eric Karros said during the pregame and what you echoed after you heard it about the importance of tonight's game.
That whoever wins the series. I had not thought about that exactly in those terms until Eric said it, and I think he's right on the money.
On the outside corner, strike 1 on Napoli. With the specter of Justin Verlander hanging around for tomorrow, even with some rain in the forecast against C.J. Wilson. Strike 2. 24-game winner. He looks like he's ready right now. What a weapon the Tigers have for Game 5. Napoli DH'd last night. When we talked to him, he said, I would much rather catch than just DH. If you want to know what Napoli and the rest of his teammates are up against tomorrow in Game 5, Triple Crown winner. There's 3 main pitching categories in the AL this year. How about the start for Porcello? Verlander's got to be proud of his 22-year-old teammate. We go to the bottom of the 2nd in Detroit. No score. Tonight's game on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Delman Young is first up. We've been talking about the oblique strain on the part of Victor Martinez. Young has one as well.
Back-to-back obliques.
He's got it on the other side, which affects his throwing more than it does his hitting. As he hits it into deep left center field, Murphy is there. 1 out. Between innings, here is home plate umpire Field and Culbreth talking to part of stadium security.
You see that yellow coat? Yeah. Brandon Ainge said that thing's right in his sight. Gotcha. And if you could get that, I think it's a guard seat anyhow. All right, thank you very much.
That is not insignificant because both pitchers are ground ball pitchers, so the left side of the infield should come into play. And they took it down. Good move.
With 1 out, nobody on, here's Avila. He was 4 for 4 in his career against Harrison. He's the lone lefty in this lineup, but he has handled Matt Harrison 4 hits and 4 trips. He hasn't handled really anybody so far this postseason. That is ball 2. He's 2 out of 29. Battling through injury. The main injury is to his knee. Good pitch. 93 from Harrison, strike 1. Ball 3. How about the deal that Texas pulled off with Atlanta back in 2003? Harrison was a part of it. That's a strike, a full count. The Texas came away with Neftali Feliz, Saltalamacchia, for Saltalamacchia. That trade was July 31st, 2007. Originally drafted 03 by Atlanta was Harrison, and he comes back to get Avila. A pitch off the hands, bad throw, but out. Throw pulled Michael Young up off the bag, but the tag got him 2 away.
Elvis Andrus made 25 errors on the season. Most of them were throwing errors. Gets under this throw. It's high, but corralled by Michael Young.
A little closer than it first looked, and with 2 out, nobody on, it will be Johnny Peralta, who homered last night. Sinking on a line caught by Murphy, and the inning is over. So 1-2-3 inning into the 3rd we go. Game 4 in Detroit. No score. America's Game with Chevrolet. Upload a picture of your youth player, and you can win tickets to this postseason among hundreds of other MLB prizes. Be a part of the Chevy Centennial Celebration and enter to win at ChevyBaseball.com. You see the rain is falling again here in Detroit as we go into the third. Nelson Cruz first up, then Murphy. Torrealba as Porcello has now faced 7 batters, and the first pitch has been a strike to all 7. On the outside corner, strike 2. You heard the fear from John Daniels, GM of the Rangers, in the pregame visit with Ken Rosenthal. The issue was hoping, as we had that long delay, that all the weather was out of here. We had 4 hours of dry weather, and the fear by each manager that they would have to sit their starter for an extended period of time and then dip deeper into their bullpen, go to long relievers, try to make it through such an important game here in Game 4.
Justin Verlander, tomorrow's starter, has been delayed twice during the postseason. A writer in Dallas had a great line the other day.
Another strikeout for Porcello, number 4.
Talking about the Dallas area as the slider is in there to get Cruz. The writer said, concerning Game 1, the cattle and crops needed rain. Verlander and the Tigers didn't.
And Verlander telling the media, and Ken Rosenthal was part of the group, hey, if anybody's having a drought, just bring me in and I'm sure we'll get rain.
Human rain delay.
Here's Murphy, strike 1, so he's been 8 for 8. First pitch strikes. Porcello seems dialed in here tonight. He's got electric stuff. Combine that with good control, and he can be tough to beat. He did win 14 games this season, 31 starts. He's got Murphy set up at 0-2, and Murphy steps out. Lightens up a little bit. The rain. Now the 0-2. In the gap into left center field. This ball is down and to the wall for Murphy. It's a 1-out double. And that's the first base runner of the night for Texas.
I think that ball would have been in the gap and past Delman Young, even had he been healthy. However, that is the main concern, as David Murphy gets the first hit off Rick Porcello. That's the main concern of Jim Leyland, is moving about in left field, running, moving around, and he showed that his range was limited on that double to drive in a run by Josh Hamilton in Game 2.
Torrealba had 3 hits last night, 2 singles, a double. And Ron Washington wanted to keep his bat in the lineup as we go back to Game 2 in Arlington. And this is all Delman Young could do to throw it just flipping from the outfield. So any base hit to left scores David Murphy here easily. Good breaking ball from Porcello, strike 1.
Also, Joe, to exploit the weakness, if you're the runner on at first base and you're the Rangers, they've been alerted on line drive base hits to left field. Don't just stop at second. Round the bag, because there's no chance for Young to be throwing behind you.
That's foul, strike 2.
Particularly with none or 1 out.
We did hear from Ken Rosenthal that the throwing is a little better from Delman Young, but he is far from right. Not Rosenthal, but Delman Young. 1-2 the count on Torrealba, who drove home 37 during the regular season. 2-2. Rain now has all but stopped. Here comes a 2-2. 2 out and strikeout number 5.
Porcello once again going to the slider to get Torrealba. Slider, a very descriptive pitch. Actually slides along the level ground. Torrealba, and that's the biggest surprise. 5 strikeouts already. All swinging strikes.
And now Kinsler. Ian last night had 2 hits, an RBI, a run scored, was hit by a pitch. Strike 1 and at the knees. I think Porcello's made 1 bad pitch, and David Murphy jumped on it on that double into left center. That high breaking ball, it didn't do anything, and that's how good these hitters are. Make a pitch like that and they don't miss it. Nice play by Avila. Andrews on deck. 4 out of 25 this postseason. The 1-1. Strike 2. Kinsler, meanwhile, has 5 RBIs this postseason. 1 home run.
That was a home run in the clincher against Tampa Bay. And the same game that Adrian Beltre hit 3 home runs in.
A 1-2. Peralta gets a high hop. Gets the out. Another ground out. Good start for Porcello. Back to the hill of Harrison. Bottom of the 3rd, no score. 1 for Detroit here in the third inning. Strike one from Harrison. Ramon Santiago is 6 out of 14 in this LCS. 8 for 28 this postseason. Been a tough out. That's off the end of the bat. That's strike 2. Santiago, Brandon Inge, and Austin Jackson for the Tigers. Down 2-1. Hard hit right at Kinsler. A little shuffle to his right, 1 out. And we give you our State Farm Get to a Better State recap. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. The 3 home runs hit by the Tigers last night. From Victor Martinez to Johnny Peralta to Miguel Cabrera. And their first game during the postseason with 3 home runs since the '84 series. And they played San Diego. That was in game 5. And with 1 out, nobody on, the 0-1. The rain picks up a little bit. 96 from Harrison, 0-2.
Everybody in Detroit knows that Brandon Inge, very popular here, has had a dreadful year. But from the right side, beg your pardon, against left-handed pitching, I was just going to say, he's a .245 hitter, and that's respectable.
Overall, 197, much better against lefties, and he's on with 1 out here in the third.
That looked like a breaking ball that was down and in. And Inge rifles it through the left side.
To bring in Austin Jackson, you can get an idea of how much this grass has been soaked. The amount of rain that it's taken during the day. That ball skipped to the left fielder, David Murphy. Ball 1 to Austin Jackson, who walked his first time up.
Yeah, Joe, that's a point, because I don't think anything's going to be routine on the infield. That infield is very wet right now. That ball's going to be slick when the fielder's fielded. Two 2-0. Jackson laid off that pitch and caught the strike zone in the upper part. On deck, it's Rayburn. He bounced into a 5-4-3 double play his first time up. Too high, 3-1. Jackson popped 10 home runs during the regular season. Count in his favor, 3 balls and a strike. Full count. And Harrison's got the kind of stuff that he can come right after a hitter behind on the count. Yeah, and Austin Jackson struck out 181 times. That was 3rd in the major leagues this year. Because of that, there's no way Inge will be running here.
Pretty good swing and still a full count. This Tiger team has been tough to beat since the middle of August. Here at home, 18-5 since August 19th. Jim Leyland's club has hit .313 during that stretch. Another 3-2. Another foul ball. Whether it's been here or at Tiger Stadium, since Game 5 of the '68 World Series against the Cardinals, the Tigers are 15-5 at home during the postseason. There are those numbers since the 19th of August. 3-2. Into right. Will play for Cruz. It's a fair ball, 2 out. So Cruz makes the play, and the inning will now come down to Ryan Rayburn, who since just after the 4th of July is at .379 against left-handed pitching, 5 of his 14 home runs.
One of the big hits in this series off the left-hander Derek Holland in game 2, a 3-run shot with 2 strikes on it.
Runner at first, 2 out. Ball 1.
I think it's important to say with 2 strikes because that's when most good major league hitters protect the plate. And when you protect the plate, you strip yourself of power.
.97. That's as hard as Harrison's thrown the first 2+ innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. One out hit by Inge. He's at first with 2 out. He's bringing it now. Harrison, that's strike 2.
Good fastball from Matt Harrison from Durham, North Carolina, 26 years old. Just great stuff.
Foul back, and again that trade. Neftali Feliz, Elvis Andrus, and Matt Harrison. 3 guys who are prominent figures for this team that won the West and is leading 2 games to 1 in this ALCS. Back in July of '07 at the deadline for Mark Teixeira and Ron Mayhay. And you know, Teixeira moved on after that.
Had to be the trade of the decade.
Now a 2-2 count.
It's like a dry cleaning convention.
Owen Ryan all bundled up. Chilly and wet. 2-2 pitch. Hard hit, base hit. Inge will stop at second, 2 on with Miguel Cabrera coming up. A new baseball for Harrison. They're going to go through a lot of baseballs here tonight. A meeting on the mound. As you look at the faces and the names in that deal back in '07 at the deadline, Teixeira went to Atlanta with a lefty Ron Mayhay, and here are 3 major components that the Rangers organization picked up in that deal. Cabrera, ball 1.
Cabrera last night driving in a run with a double down the right field line, and then he homered toward the left field line in his next at bat. Outfield is very deep, and so is the infield.
That is a rocket into left center field. Hits the wall. 1 run scores. That's Inge. Here comes Rayburn. 2-0 Tigers.
What a hitter. Looked like a cut fastball in on the hands, and Cabrera so quick. First runs of the game.
96-mile-an-hour fastball. And Cabrera, the big man in this lineup, turned it around. Now Victor Martinez takes the ball. The big guy delivers. Led the league in hitting. 30 homers, 106 RBIs. And he was protected all year by the guy at the plate, who has his own RBI chance. One and one. So Porcello has a lead. And in the fourth, he will deal with the big bats. After Andres with Hamilton and Young, anybody gets on Beltre. And Ron Washington is working over that gun. Here is a 1-1 pitch. Ball 2.
I think you stay away from the slow stuff to Martinez. Make him hit the fastball. With his injury and with his problem with his oblique.
Time called by the catcher, Napoli. The Tigers send their uniforms to know whether a right-hander or a left-hander faced the Tigers that night because of where the pine tar stain is on the shoulder of Victor Martinez. Miguel Cabrera, first 2 compared to the last 2. A big bat.
That was Hall of Famer Earl Weaver's job as a 14-year-old in St. Louis, delivering dry cleaning to the Browns clubhouse, the St. Louis Browns in the early 50s.
Victor Martinez waits for 3-1. Takes a strike, full count.
I might add, that was long before pine tar.
Yeah. Pitch count up to 56. Perfect inning in the second. The Tigers made Harrison throw 20 in the first. Here is a 3-2 to Victor Martinez. Right center. Cruz going to get it. And the Tigers get 2. Strike first in game 4. It was a 1-out hit by Inge. A 2-out hit by Rayburn. And then the big guy, Cabrera. 2-0 Detroit after 3 in game 4. Game is sponsored by the all-new Volkswagen Passat. That's Das Auto. And by Chase. Don't get shortchanged. Get your cash back with Chase Freedom. Between innings, Ian Kinsler went over to talk to Matt Harrison, either to pump him up, calm him down, or
I think perhaps with Brandon Inge, a former catcher at second base, to talk about maybe changing the signs. A lot of that's overdone, but there might be something there.
A lot of first pitch strikes from Rick Porcello as he delivers one to Elvis Andrus starting the fourth. Texas down 2-0. In. One out. And Andrus now 2 for 12 in this LCS. He's frustrated. Bring in Josh Hamilton. And I saw a little smile creep onto your face, Tim, when we were talking to Josh. He said, you know, to be real honest with you, I don't watch a ton of tape and film.
No video. I loved it. Some of these guys just get too sophisticated.
Here's a fly ball well hit into left. Back at the wall. What a catch by Delman Young. Had to go a long way to get it. 2 out.
The last inning we talked about his range tonight. He was playing Hamilton deep in left field. And the height of the ball allowed Delman to get under it to make the catch. It was interesting that Brandon Inge, the third baseman, when that ball was hit in the air, he pointed toward left field to give Young perhaps an extra break or two.
So with 2 out, nobody on, Michael Young will be the hitter. Ball 1. Young was robbed of a hit on a diving stop and play by Ramon Santiago back in the second.
Brandon Inge, the third baseman. That ball is up, Delman.
Long way to go for out number 2, and now with 2-0. Inside for ball 3. Here it comes, 3-1. Tigers trying to even this series and then hand the ball to Verlander tomorrow in an afternoon start. Full count. From a 3-0 count to strike out Michael Young, bottom of the fourth. Game 4, 2-0 Detroit. trivia question. What is the origin of the word southpaw? Another name for a left-hander. Harrison changes up on Delman Young, and we're underway in the bottom of the 4th inning. Young made a nice running catch in the top of the inning to rob Josh Hamilton. 2-0 Tigers. Young, Avila, and then Peralta. That one rides inside. 0-2. A.J. Brzezinski was busy in the pregame with Aaron Karros and Chris Rose. A.J.'s with us from the set out there. And A.J., how about catching a game in weather like this?
It's not fun, I'll tell you that. The one good thing it does do, and Tim can probably tell you this, is with your glove, if it gets a little moisture on it, it actually will make it harder. And for me, that made it better. But I always struggled. You just prayed and hoped that the rain didn't blow straight in your eyes.
2 balls and a strike. That's a rocket down the line. And foul. Just foul off the bat of Delman Young.
Got 10 or 12 feet. Yeah, from AJ's perspective, and usually from a catcher's perspective, what is a routine pop-up behind home plate with all those drops of rain coming down? You have to choose the right one and hope it's the ball.
Here is a 2-2. Good start to the inning. First strikeout of the night for Harrison.
You definitely don't want to look up and get a raindrop in your eye. That'd be about like Nelson Cruz when he hit that home run, getting that cup of water thrown on him. But the first thing I always try to do is I always try to turn my skull cap, the little helmet that catchers wear, and turn it around to where the bill is actually facing forward.
Good idea. I wish I'd have thought that.
Did you know, Tim, that AJ was such a thoughtful guy over these years when we covered them?
Ozzie Guillen told me so.
Yeah, he did.
Told both of us that.
And what did Ron Washington tell us before the game? He said, you can play for me.
That's right. He said he learned that back in 2001.
That's the best compliment you can get, isn't it?
Yeah. We said guys couldn't stand you, but you could play for me.
That's a great thing to hear from another team's manager. I know that. I love Wash. We've had a great relationship over the years.
First pitch down and away to Avila. 1 out, nobody on. Hey, AJ, you've caught a lot of games in this ballpark, being in the AL Central. Did you call the game any differently because of the dimensions, the big dimensions of this stadium?
Absolutely. I know when I was with the Twins, before they redid the ballpark out there, you can see the left center field gap and the right center. The bullpen used to be in right field, and there was no bullpens behind the left field wall. And this place played gigantic. We had a pretty good center fielder by the name of Torrey Hunter, and he would run everything down. So we basically tried to get him to hit fly balls to center field, and we still do that when we come in here. Except the problem now, Miguel Cabrera, he can hit it over that 420 sign.
2 balls and a strike, 1 out, nobody on. Now 2-2. I'm sure you guys have talked about it, AJ, during the pregame, but how do you try to get Miguel Cabrera out? Where are the holes? How do you try to do it?
You try to get him conscious inside. And the Rangers, the first couple games, I think, did a great job of that. You could see him just a tick late on a lot of pitches. And how did they do that? They kept pounding him in, pounding him in, pounding him in. And it just gives him a little bit of that fear factor.
Here's a 2-2. Avila strikes out. And I'll ask you this last thing, AJ. I'm sure you can sympathize with Avila, who is banged up and now trying to figure out things at the plate after a long year behind the plate. And he just looks, he's now 2 for 31 in this postseason, and those innings can pile up on him.
Absolutely. That's the hardest thing he's going through. He's fighting it mentally. He's still doing a great job behind the plate, blocking balls, working his pitchers, getting them through these innings. But offensively, I hope Tim agrees with me on this. Defensively, you can get through it. Physically, you can get through it, but mentally is where it wears you down as a catcher. And especially when you have to go and hit after a long inning, or it's hot, when you're leading off, you're hurrying up to get your stuff off. The umpire's rushing you up there. Next thing you know, you're in the hole 0-2 off a guy that, a lefty like Harrison, and you're in trouble.
More than any other position, you get more satisfaction from a defensive standpoint as a catcher because you're working with someone else. And that's the pitcher. So if your pitcher does well, you get ancillary benefits from that, whether you're hitting or not. However, if you're not hitting and you're losing, then it's a different story.
Two balls and a strike, 2 out, nobody on.
First responsibility comes to your pitching staff, and then you hit.
Now we flash back. Here's AJ at the plate, and he fouled one into the mask of Avila. Look at the sparks.
Wow.
That came off the mask of Alex Avila.
Well, I guess there's sparks between Alex Avila and I don't know what else to say on that one.
Here's a 2-out walk. And that's the third walk handed out by Harrison. You want that to be your final word of the game, AJ?
No, probably not. But I'll tell you what. I'd love to get a snapshot of the ball hitting his mask and making the sparks go, because that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It was all Benoit. I remember the game. I ended up grounding out, I think, to end the at bat. But Alex and I talked about it and laughed about it, and I'm just as happy he didn't catch his hair on fire.
Here's a ground ball foul outside third. Well, as a parting gift, whenever the postseason is over, we'll get a still shot of this and have it framed up for you, AJ, okay?
Oh, that'd be great. The only thing is Rose said most hitters would have hit that over the right field wall, so apparently I did something wrong on that swing.
Just like Chris used to do.
Exactly.
Just like I used to do. Thanks, AJ.
Thanks, guys.
All right, 1 on, 2 out, 0-1 the count. Should in the inning. Adrian Beltre, gloves, throws high, but out. Tigers have left 3. We've played 4. Good game. 2-0 Detroit, down 2-1. Back after this from your local Fox station. What a good start from the 22-year-old right-hander Rick Porcello. A 1 hit, a 1 out double, 6 strikeouts. His career high in a game is 8. So he is on his way toward that, and Adrian Beltre is his first opponent here in the 5th. 2-0 Tigers, down 2-1. The day game tomorrow in a matchup of the Game 1 starters. And as it rained in Arlington that night, we are scheduled for some rain tomorrow afternoon when Justin Verlander and C.J. Wilson look up at 4:19. There's the matchup. And their numbers from game 1. C.J. Wilson was hit with 2 rain delays and could not get through 5. Strike 2. 2 quick ones on Adrian Beltre. Meanwhile, Verlander, during the first rain delay, worked in the cage on his delivery with his pitching coach, Jeff Jones. And he found a flaw that was plaguing him in the early innings in Arlington. Inge. 1-1.
That flaw it's a similar problem that hitters have. It's taking that front side of the body out too quickly and not keeping it tucked in. For Verlander, it would be the left shoulder. He said Jeff told him that, and he went back to tucking that left shoulder in through 5 straight strikes and quit, saying I've got it locked in now.
And if that doesn't tell you that this is a constant battle to try to keep your mechanics right. A guy that nobody can touch at times, 24-game winner, 2 no-hitters in his career, and he's still working on keeping his lead shoulder in. Good tight slider from Porcello. 1 ball, 1 strike. Benoit is just trying to get loose. He's worked in 2 straight games. And Leland is actually more concerned about the stamina of Benoit as opposed to Valverde, his closer. We're in the 5th. 1-1 pitch. Base hit. Pitch was up. Napoli jumped on it. A 1-out single. And just one more note as Nelson Cruz walks to the plate about Verlander. He has done seemingly every interview that's been requested, either by us or anybody that comes across his path. He is a great spokesperson for this organization from the players' side. Very well spoken, smart guy. I tell you, there is nobody that has a higher ceiling in the game today than Verlander. You just wonder how many games before it's all over he'll end up winning, and we appreciate his and their cooperation.
The last time a starting pitcher won the Most Valuable Player award was Roger Clemens back in 1986 for the Red Sox. Very few pitchers, because of the Cy Young Award that was instituted in 1956, very few pitchers have won the Most Valuable Player award, because often the voters think that they have their own award, the Cy Young Award. But this guy, in my view, is the most valuable player in the American League.
The 1-1. Cruz got a rip and fouled it straight back. And actually the numbers for Verlander this year and Clemens when he won it in '86, they are very close to one another. There they are. 250 strikeouts. 24 wins. What a play by Porcello. 1-6-3.
Boy, that was nice.
And Porcello pumps his fist as he exits the field. What a pickup. Right off his right leg. He fielded it cleanly. Delivered it cleanly. And was fired up. 2-0 halfway through game 4. Tonight's game on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Proud to support youth baseball across the country. Harrison back to the hill, and he deals up an in ball one to Brandon Inge. His one-out single started the two-run rally in the third. Followed later by a two-out hit by Rayburn and a two-out two-run double by Miguel Cabrera. The 1-1. We're going to go back to that double play turned by Porcello and Peralta.
It was a very interesting double play. Not only the pick by Porcello, but the movement of the middle infielders.
2-2 on Inge. Still 2-2. So Inge gets the nod tonight. Jim Leland has started 3 different third basemen in the postseason. Wilson Betemit started in the division series, as did Don Kelly and Brandon Inge. 2-2. Good pitch down and away. 1 out, back to the double play.
With a right-handed pull hitter up there, you could see how Peralta is way off the bag, playing the right-hander to pull. So it's a nice pick by Porcello. I think he was going initially to the second baseman, but he saw the shortstop crossing over, going toward first base, led him perfectly, and they completed a very, very good double play. Now he's got to laugh a little bit with Alex Avila. That was very nicely done and a great adjustment by Peralta.
Austin Jackson at the plate. Line drive caught by Andres, 2 out. Can't hit it any harder. It almost turned the shortstop over. 2 down. That thing was smoked.
It's a barrel ball right there.
Look at that catch. It's a defensive catch by Elvis Andres.
Hurt, didn't it, Elvis?
These guys, I tell you, these Rangers have a lot of fun.
Oh, they do.
And when you talk to them, to a man, the young guys, the old guys, they say playing for Ron Washington, they've all grown together since Washington first came in. They get on each other. They give each other trouble. They laugh.
Oh, that's a great shot.
They have a fun time playing this game. Here's the 0-1. Good breaking ball from Harrison, strike 2.
Well, the first time you and I had ever met Elvis Andres was last year, and what was his first question? Am I the first Elvis to play in a World Series?
That's right.
And we said we think you are. We'll check it out. So the next day he said, well, am I? We said, yep. But he is a fun guy and can flat out play.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Rayburn. Trying to get on in front of Cabrera, who's done the damage again tonight. Pitch was up, and Rayburn tried to jump on it, strike 2. It's been raining all day and almost throughout this game. As Harrison tries to get through the 5th. Two and 2. Saw Rick Porcello in the dugout. He has only allowed 2 hits. Matt Harrison, the guy on the mound's allowed only 3. The problem is they all came in the same inning. And the last one of them was a double by Cabrera. The only extra base hit of this game. That's a foul ball, which allows us to tell you that due to today's rain delay, rather than being seen tonight, the X Factor will be seen tomorrow night on Fox. The X Factor is all new as the contestants learn who their mentors are when they travel to the judges' homes. All new 2-hour The X Factor tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 7 Central here on Fox. Heads over the low, full count. Will it stay in play? Michael Young hoping so it will, and the inning is over. That sends us into the 6th. Rain continues to fall here in Detroit. 2-0 Tigers. Murphy, Alba, Kinsler coming up. Tonight's game is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance, and by Rogaine. Men's Rogaine foam. Use it or lose it. You can catch all the action of the 2011 Major League Baseball League Championship Series on Fox and TBS. You can join the postseason debate at MLBFanCave.com and follow the action on Twitter with the hashtag postseason. Legends are born in October. And Rick Porcello is trying to throw his name on that list with the job he's doing here tonight. Bottom 2 in the lineup, David Murphy. First up. Murphy doubled. His first time up. 1-1. In the air to left, and Murphy's 2 for 2. So the leadoff man is on, and the number 9 man, your Victoria Alba, walks in. Tying run at the plate. Torrealba pops it up. Out goes Santiago. He has it 1 out. And now back to the top of the order, and Ian Kinsler. There's the night for Kinsler. He's grounded to third, grounded to short. Great news from California. Brian Stowe, a firefighter who was beaten at Dodger Stadium at the beginning of the season, was released from the hospital, and he was put in a rehab facility, so he's making progress. And that's wonderful. That story gets better and better. Real awful situation. There's a shot down the line. Off the bat of Kinsler. Murphy will dig for third and come to the plate. Delman Young had trouble in the corner, and it's 2-1.
That is a great play by third base coach Dave Anderson, who watched the play develop. He was going to hold Murphy at third base, watched the play develop, and then when the ball scooted by Delman Young, he sent David Murphy, and the Rangers are on the board. It is treacherous footing on those bases. So David Murphy had to go around the bases gingerly, and Dave Anderson waited until he saw the play completed, and once that ball got by Young, he sent David Murphy to score the first run.
That's over with low ball 1. Here's the shot between Inge and the line. There's Dave Anderson waiting and now waving. That's foul. The bat of Elvis Andrus. Tying run at second with 1 out here in the 6th inning. 2-1 now. RBI double by Kinsler to score Murphy, who led off with his second hit of the night.
If you're the base runner in that situation, you keep running as hard as you can until you get the stop sign. But realizing the third base coach, Dave Anderson in this case, waited as long as he could, and at the last minute waved Murphy home.
Andrew shows bunt. That drags Inge a couple of steps in. On deck is the big bat of Josh Hamilton. Now it's the Rangers that can't find a hit with runners in scoring position as the count goes to 3-1. Rangers can get you up and down their lineup.
Key situation right here with the count 3-1 to Andrus.
Kinsler trying to steal third. Throw down, not in time. On strike 2 at the plate, aggressive is Kinsler, and he just made it.
How about Elvis Andrus with the wherewithal to give a fake bunt, put the bat right in the eyes of the catcher, Alex Avila. Avila made a very nice play. But what that does, it obscures the view of the catcher when a hitter waves that bat, and that hand was just in there. But it's a time to try to steal third with 1 out. You don't want to make the first or third out at third, but if you take a reasonable chance and make the second out, tip your cap.
Infield is in. Andrus has tied this game. A base hit into right center field, and it's 2-2. And it's the first RBI of this postseason for Elvis Andrus.
That, by the way, the first stolen base for the Rangers since Game 3 of the division series. And you can almost credit Kinsler with bringing the infield in. I think the ball would have been a base hit for Andrus anyway. But with that infield in, it was clearly a base hit in the right center to tie the game.
So with Josh Hamilton coming up, a visit to the mound from the pitching coach, Jeff Jones. And it's 2-2 here in the top of the 6th. So the young Rick Porcello, 22, will now try to keep it 2-2 before the heart of his order Cabrera, Victor Martinez, and Delman Young come to the plate in the bottom of the inning. Daniel Slareth is the left-hander, and Al Albuquerque is the right-hander, getting loose for the Tigers in their pen. But now it's Hamilton against Porcello, and a check on Elvis Andrus, who stole 37 during the regular season, does not have one this postseason.
Keep in mind, Josh Hamilton swung at more first pitches than any major leaguer this year.
Ball one. So the offense breaks loose here in the 6th for the Rangers. They've tied it and have their big power man at the plate. One of quite a few. That's inside, 2-0.
Josh Hamilton telling you and me that that pitch right there, that ball under the arms, is the pitch that he's looking for off Rick Porcello to Jack. This pitch right here. It didn't tail back over the plate, but that's the pitch he's looking for to hit out of the ballpark.
This one is on a line into center. Jackson makes a nice catch. That ball hit right at him. Back to grab it, 2 out.
You know, he got that pitch, Joe, on a 2-0 count, but he didn't pull it. So that little extra oomph by Porcello, that's that tailing fastball inside, and he hits it hard, but Austin Jackson is there.
Hit that one-handed for out number 2. So Hamilton's 0 for 3 tonight, 4 out of 16 in this LCS. The batter is Michael Young. Again, the heart of the order will bat for the Tigers in their half of this 6th. Ball one inside. E-Trade stopwatch. Tigers offense last night, 3 home runs, tying a franchise record during the postseason. And Michael Young, the man at the plate, 1 for 14 in this series. Still no RBIs. 3 for 29 this postseason. He is too good of a hitter for that, and you have to figure, as Ron Washington, his manager, does, it's only a matter of time. But you don't have forever in October. It's got to click here soon. A 1-0. He went around. Strike one.
Michael Young showing once again that everybody presses, and he is pressing right here. Caught in between, the worst thing you could be and do as a hitter.
Porcello, a 14-game winner during the regular season, brings home a 1-1. Steady steps off. This is a spot for Elvis Andrus to run. He can get a good jump. Looks like he might have been leaning, and he's able to get back.
Yeah, you have to lean a little farther with the infield in as bad a shape as it's in. Some moist spots on the way to second.
A bigger lead, and again close. And now Elvis going to dig around in that area where he's taking his lead. Good news in that the rain has stopped. Here comes a 1-1. Strike 2. Beltre on deck. 2-2. Program alert for you. If you're tuning in for the X Factor, you will get 2 hours tomorrow night. 8 Eastern, 7 Central. 1 on, 2 out, 2 runs home. Rangers have tied it. And Porcella steps off. That's called from the dugout. Leland to Avila. Avila out to Porcella. This one gets away and will go into the dugout, sending Elvis Andrus down to second base.
Gene Mott was a great manager, and he used to tell base runners, give the pitcher something else to think about other than the hitter. Well, Elvis Andrus did that, draws a ball in the dirt, and is on second anyway. So he didn't have to steal second base.
And now for a guy like Michael Young, doesn't hit a ton of home runs, the RBI chance is easier. Into center field, a base hit. Austin Jackson will come up throwing. At the plate, safe. Rangers lead down to second Young, who has his first RBI of the postseason. All those throws over, finally the error, and it leads to the go-ahead run in the 6th.
So excellent base running by Elvis Andrus, drawing the error from Porcello, and then excellent hitting and base running by Michael Young, going to second base on the throw home. Jackson throws it low enough, but Miguel Cabrera isn't there and couldn't cut the ball off. So Texas running the bases well, their 3rd run of the inning.
And their first lead of the night. A pitch inside on Adrian Beltre.
At first, yeah, was for the slide in home. The second, yeah, was the slide in second.
The count 1-0 on Beltre. Porcello's starting to lose his good control. He's been so good all night. With first pitch strikes. Here is Ron Washington. We just heard him in the dugout about how excited he gets.
I like to see good baseball, and they give that to me every night when I watch them play. I enjoy watching my guys play, and I'm just an excitable guy. When I see good things happen on the field, it just excites me.
And we just saw something that excited Ron Washington a moment ago.
Can't blame him.
Here is a 2-0. Strike 1 on Beltre.
Ron Washington from New Orleans, the Big Easy, and he realizes there is nothing easy about playing this game.
You can see in the background, Ogando starting to get loose. Inge makes the stop and the throw, but 3 runs in the 6th for the Texas Rangers, finally breaking through. RBI by Michael Young, his first of the postseason, and the Rangers lead 3-2. last night and tonight on Miguel Cabrera, who leads it off. Last night an RBI double, a home run. Tonight a 2-run double and a walk. And Alexi Ogando, who had the night off last night, is right back at it. In relief of Harrison. Ball 1 up and in, 97 from Ogando. Harrison can be the winner. 5 innings, 2 runs, 3 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Two and 0.
Cabrera will look inside and try to tie this game up. If he gets a strike inside, he'll leave his feet.
96 out over the plate, and he took a rip. Two balls and a strike. Victor Martinez and Delman Young, the next 2 hitters. 2-2. 98 from Ogando. So now the parade of talented relievers Ron Washington can bring in out of his bullpen. Harrison, the starter on the left, went 5. Full count. Seats. Tonight's Volkswagen Passat trivia question: the origin of the word southpaw, another name for a left-hander. In the early days of baseball, as a pitcher's left hand usually faces south when delivering a pitch. The 3-2 is down and away, a leadoff walk. And the 4th walk handed to the Tigers in this game. Ogando comes out of the pen and walks Cabrera.
Ogando threw 6 fastballs to get to that 3-2 count. And then Cabrera 5 fastballs, and then he fouled one off. Then he tried to go to the slider and missed down.
Mike Gonzalez, a left-hander with his coat on. Neftali Feliz just starting to try to get the blood flowing a little bit on a cool, wet night. Victor Martinez homered last night from this side of the plate. Ball 1. And while we say oblique, to be more specific, it's an intercostal injury that's down around the side into the low back. But it bothered him last night, that slow home run trot, but he has not bowed out. This is during pregame. Victor Martinez reaches under the back of Nelson Cruz to show him where the pain is.
Well, a couple of things. On a swing and a miss, that's when I would suspect that it will hurt him the most. When he makes contact, I don't think so. But what you do from a hitter's standpoint, you try to rush the swing and get that bat out there so you're not late, realizing that you don't have the quick hands like you normally would.
Count 2-1. St. Louis jumps on top of Milwaukee 2-0. On a 2-run double by,
don't tell me.
Who do you think?
Prince Albert.
It was another double. It was a 1-run double to make it 2-0. Another extra base hit. Here's a 2-1. That is a rocket fire.
straight extra base hits for Albert Pujols.
Tying a record with 4 in Game 2 in Milwaukee. Tying run at first, nobody out. Victor Martinez up, Delman Young on deck. Detroit trails for the first time in Game 4. Count goes full. On a fly ball into right center field. That will be handled. It's Nelson Cruz for out number 1. And Ogando got the out. Did not come to much of a set position when he delivered that pitch. The runner was going on that 3-2 delivery. Here's Delman Young.
That's often the best time to send the runner on a 3-2 count. You have 2 slow runners, one at the plate, one at first. You stay out of the double play if you send the runner. That was the intent of Jim Leyland, but the ball was in the air.
Strike 1 on Young.
Well, that's a fastball swing and a slider. Delman Young misses this by a foot.
He is struck out, flied out. In the hole and a blink 0-2.
2 sliders, 2 bad swings.
He has yet to see that 97-98 out of the hand of Ogando. Another slider, 3 in a row, and Delman Young is down 2 out.
Pretty simple sequence when you look this bad on the first 2 pitches. Way outside, not quite as far outside. Outside. 3 sliders gets Young.
Brings in Avila. Tying run at first, 2 out now, and Avila takes ball 1 outside. Alex is struck out, grounded out, 1 for 15 in this ALCS. Did hit 19 home runs during the regular season. 1-1.
16 of those off right-handed pitching. Wow.
So the strikeouts are up, the hits are down, and Avila actually ended the regular season red hot. Very good the last couple of months, but the postseason, it's all caught up to him.
1 swing of the bat, however, if you center it properly, makes everybody in Detroit forget about it.
Cabrera started, then stopped. The pitch down and away for ball 2. Easy in the air to Murphy and left. And now the Tigers have left 4. We go to the 7th inning of Game 4. 3-2 Rangers. Back after this from your local Fox station. It will be our Liberty Mutual game summary as we go to the 7th inning of Game 4. 3-2 Texas on top. 2-hour 13-minute rain delay before the start of this one. Miguel Cabrera with a 2-out 2-run double. Texas just came up with 3 runs in their half of the 6th. They lead it 3-2 into the 7th. And Rick Porcello, who committed a throwing error on a pickoff throw at first, was followed by a 2-out RBI single by Michael Young last inning. That broke the tie. Now he's on the short end with Al Albert. Daniel Schlereth, the lefty. 1-2. Porcello's next is outside. Napoli is singled and struck out. Nelson Cruz, then David Murphy. And Murphy, who got the night off last night, 2 for 2 in this game, and his single leading off in the 6th inning started the rally. The 2-2. High fly ball into center field. Back is Austin Jackson. 1 out. Let's give you a little game break during LCS play. Here's Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, Game 3 of the NLCS in St. Louis. Cards jumping all over. Brewers ace Giovanni Gallardo already up 1-zip. Make it 2-0. Albert Pujols, 5th extra base hit in the last 6 ABs. They packed on 2 more, part of a 4-run first. They're still batting and leading 4-0 in the first. Joe, back to you.
All right, Chris. It's behind Chris Carpenter against Giovanni Gallardo. That's a fair ball. An easy pick and throw for Avila. 2 out.
How about that double by Pujols? He one-handed the ball about 360 feet to left center field.
How about Pujols, period, as he heads for free agency in this NLCS? He's 6 for 10. A home run, 6 RBIs, and 5 of his 6 hits are for extra bases. Cardinals have won 7 of their last 9 against Milwaukee and lead 4-0 in that game in St. Louis tonight. Here's Murphy. He's been a problem for Porcello. Strike 1.
I told you how to solve that problem of Prince Fielder and Albert Pujols becoming free agents.
Just have them switch teams.
Yeah, have Pujols sign with Milwaukee and Prince Fielder sign with the Cardinals. That solves it.
They are both going to be unloaded upon. And Pujols, the beginning of his career, is as good as anybody's in the history of the game.
That's right.
1-2 on Murphy. In the bottom of this 7th, it'll be Peralta, Santiago, and Inge. The big bats will bat again for Detroit before the end of the night. Two and 2. It's Peralta. Safe. An infield hit. Murphy's 3 for 3.
Johnny Peralta did what he could, but Murphy beats the play. Joe, we were talking about this before the game. The Rangers lineup is so well balanced. It's almost like they don't have an 8th or 9th place hitter. Now, obviously, they have guys hitting 8th and 9th, but the reason for that is they can't hit further up in the lineup. I mean, these guys are a very, very good lineup and a tough lineup to go against.
The Geico in-game box score for Texas. You can see the hits up and down the lineup. Murphy has 3 of the 7. The Rangers have put on the scoreboard tonight as they lead by 1. Strike 2.
I mean, David Murphy hit .298 against right-handed pitching this year, primarily in the 8-hole.
Into right field, a base hit by Torre Alba on an 0-2 count. And Murphy will turn, go to third. It's first and third, 2 out, and we'll see if that's it for Porcello. It appears it is.
Yeah, that's a real mistake right there. Too much of a plate on an 0-2 count.
And that will end the night for Porcello, with Kinsler, who has an RBI double, a stolen base, and a run scored tonight coming up. Here comes Al Albuquerque as Porcello is knocked out in the 7th. Rick Porcello got into the 7th inning, back-to-back 2-out hits, ends his night. And Al Albuquerque, who spent some time on the DL with a concussion, and according to Jim Leyland, came back and wasn't throwing as hard as he was prior to it, takes over. He's got a devastating slider when it's right. He was knocked around in the Yankees division series in that 10-1 game. A game, ironically enough, started by Porcello. This is his first action of this ALCS, so he's been out for a while. He's behind on the count, 2-0. Leland said, I'd like to find him a low-pressure situation to see if he can get it right. Well,
this isn't it.
No. First and third, 2 out.
Good play of Vila.
3-0. Ryan Perry is getting loose, and I just don't think they're going to have a long leash or a lot of patience with Albuquerque in this spot.
No, if he walks Kinsler, the bases are loaded. I agree with that. Nor should they. You just don't know what you're going to get.
And those weren't close.
No.
Now the bases are loaded, and will Leland stick with him? He's young. He's 25 years old.
LCS is no place for a youth movement.
Now Schlereth joins Perry.
This is somebody talk to him, so I give my man in the bullpen time to warm up. But we're watching Leland in the dugout. He does not appear to be ready to take him out. I think you got to take him out right here. 4 straight balls, nowhere near the plate.
There's another one. Now the pitching coach is going to go out, Jeff Jones. I mean, these haven't been close.
No. And when he was throwing well, he did not allow base runners to score. But here are those 5 pitches. That's the closest, but it was outside, way low, way high. And the first pitch to Andrus. A good play by Avila. Avila's made 2 good plays on balls in the dirt. So you've got the other option of a wild pitch pass ball with a man on third.
But the other half of this is you're already down by a run. You're facing this Rangers bullpen, which has just been lights out.
You're down 2 games to 1. I don't think you could stick with it.
I agree with you. 1 ball, no strikes. See if Albuquerque can come back and get him, and there is ball 2.
You can still take him out. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Jim Leland unfazed.
There's a strike. And the crowd lets Albuquerque hear their appreciation. There's another.
Fastball, good slider for the first 2 strikes of the inning. So 6 straight balls and now two straight strikes.
Check swing. Albuquerque gets out of it. Leland stayed with the young right-hander. And Albuquerque leaves the bases loaded. Time to stretch.
That's a lot of courage shown by Jim Leland.
3-2. Rangers on top. Edgar from director Clint Eastwood in theaters November 11th. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance, responsibility. What's your policy? Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Good game again. Limited offense again. Good pitching, and now Ogando for his second inning of work. Ball one, blowing away to Peralta, who homered last night. Santiago and Inge, the next two hitters. 3-2 in the bottom of the seventh. Ball two. Ogando pitched around a leadoff walk last inning. Darren Oliver, the left-hander, getting loose. Kind of. Ball three. Man on deck is a switch hitter.
Excuse me, Joe. A good hitting position for a good fastball hitter. Peralta with a home run in last night's game on a first pitch fastball.
Took it. 94, 3-1.
He's not going to take this one if it's in the zone.
Full count. Now Milwaukee puts up two in the top of the second, so a lot of runs in St. Louis in game three. '97 from Ogando. Still 3-2. Bases loaded. Albuquerque got out of it. There's his reaction in the starter, Rick Porcello.
Yeah, two of those runs are Porcello's.
3-2. In the air to right. Cruz is back on the track. 1 out. That'll bring in Ramon Santiago. The Geico in-game box score. As Santiago digs his way in, Detroit has a two-run double from Miguel Cabrera, the only RBIs of the night for Detroit. And they have only 3 hits. The total against the starter Harrison in 5 innings. Otherwise, nothing from this Tiger offense. Straight one. They're in the 7th, 3-2 Texas. Quickly 0-2 on Santiago. The difference in this game right now is the error on the pickoff throw by Porcello, followed by the 2-out RBI hit by Michael Young. Still 0-2 on Santiago. That came in a 3-run 6th for Texas, who entered that inning down 2-0.
To give you an idea how deep the Texas pitching staff is, Ogando is relieving, and he was an all-star as a starter.
But a reliever last year in setup man. As the Rangers got to the World Series and lost in 5 to the Giants. It is getting late. We came in talking about the importance of this game. With Verlander looming for tomorrow, and the Rangers lead by 1. But away 2-2. the inside corner, 2 down.
Boy, that was a tight, nasty slider right at the knees on the inside corner. Watch it drop to get Santiago. There's that release. Slider spin, gets him.
Now Inge, who does not hit a lot of home runs anymore. A couple of seasons with 27. That power has dropped off. He hit 3 this season. Takes a strike. 98. Ogando this postseason, 8 innings, 2 hits, 9 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .077 against him. Strike 2.
The odds are that Inge is not going to pull a ball down the third baseline, but Adrian Beltre playing him on the line to prevent a double. It would be very unusual for him to pull Ogando.
Here's a fly ball into left. Back at the wall. This game is tied.
Unbelievable.
And Inge is going deep to tie it. Longest tenured Tiger just turned around a 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
No balls, 2 strikes, tie game. You got to figure it's the biggest hit of his life. And theirs.
And the first run that Ogando's given up in the postseason. They love this guy. 34 years old. He accepted an assignment to AAA this year when the Tigers picked up Bettamy. He wanted to stay. He didn't have to accept the minor league assignment. He did. Went down there, hit well when he came back. 278 the rest of the regular season. And Rick Porcello gets a hug from the latest hero, Brandon Inge. Jackson grounds to Beltre. How about game 4? How about this series? Rangers up 2 games to 1. And because of this, off the bat of Brandon Inge, we go to the 8th inning. Tied at 3. Matchup. Ogando on the right, Inge on the left, and Inge got him to tie the game in the 7th. Hamilton goes after a changeup, and Benoit, strike one.
It's a blue ribbon changeup too from Benoit. One of the best in the game.
Joaquin takes over for Albuquerque, who relieved Porcello. New game in the 8th. On the outside corner, and despite all the work, 3 straight days, Benoit with 95-mile-per-hour heat due to the rain delay before the start of this game rather than being seen tonight. The X Factor will be seen tomorrow night on Fox. All new as contestants learn who their mentors are when they travel to the judges' homes. Out of play. So an all new 2-hour The X Factor tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on Fox. There are the numbers for Benoit during the regular season. His postseason numbers on the bottom. That's what Hamilton has done 7th inning or later. The 0-2. Got under it. Fly ball into center. Austin Jackson has out number 1. And it's an 0-for-4 night for Josh Hamilton.
Joe, think about that 7th inning. As Jose Valverde warns, in the top of the 7th inning, with runners on at 1st and 3rd, Al Albuquerque comes in, throws 6 straight balls, and then 3 straight strikes as Jim Leland stays with him. And then Brandon Inge with 2 out, nobody on, homers. If there were a man on base and Inge came up, Wilson Betterman might have been the pinch hitter. He's a better hitter. He swings from the left side, a switch hitter. And here it's 2 out, nobody on. The first 2 guys making out.
How about Peralta with a bare hand pickup? 2 out. Nice dig by Cabrera on the other end.
Barehanded. Inge gets out of the way. Cabrera gets in the way. Man, what a game.
A good call by the first base umpire, Jeff Nelson. Now Beltre. Adrian is hitless. Struck out 2 groundouts. The bottom of this 8th, it'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Detroit. Benoit signed that big deal during November. And right now, this postseason, the Tigers are getting all their money's worth out of their right-handed setup reliever. Here is a 1-0. Like a slider down and away to fool Beltre.
I think he missed with a slider. Yep. Tightly wrapped to even the count.
2 out, nobody on. Here comes a 1-1. Strike 2. Good swing by Beltre, but late 96. These fans have been in here for a long time. preparing for a 4:19 start. And it's almost 10 after 9. Two and two. Game is sponsored by Audi, Truth in Engineering, by State Farm for auto, home, life, and banking. Get to a better state. And by Verizon, America's largest and most reliable wireless network. Mike Adams takes over. Adams was the winner in that 11-inning game 2 in Arlington. As we go to the bottom of the 8th, tied 3-3. Ogando 2 innings, 1 run on 1 hit, the home run by Inge. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. First up, Rayburn. Adams picked up at the deadline from San Diego. John Daniels added to his bullpen. Here is a 1-0. Looks like Valverde will come on in the 9th inning. He is still getting loose. He's been warming for a while now. And don't forget that big weapon that the Rangers have in their pen in Neftali Feliz.
Joe, about a week before that deal was made, the Rangers obtaining Adams, the rumor was, and a pretty strong rumor, was that Heath Bell would be the Padre traded and not Adams. Kind of surprised a lot of people that Adams ended up with the Rangers.
Count goes to 3-1. With a big bat of Miguel Cabrera on deck. And then Victor Martinez. Rangers lead 2 games to 1. Game 4 tied at 3. To the shortstop, Elvis Andrus. 1 away. We look ahead to tomorrow. It'll be game 5 of this ALCS. At 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. That's when we come on the air here on Fox. Game 4 in St. Louis on TBS. 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. That'll be Loesch and Wolf in that game, and we will have the pleasure of watching Justin Verlander and C.J. Wilson here tomorrow afternoon. About this, they're going to intentionally walk Miguel Cabrera with 1 out and nobody on here in the 8th.
I wouldn't do that. Ron Washington is. In this ballpark, you know, if he pops 1 out, it's maximum effort. Not saying he can't do it. He had 30 home runs during the season. I wouldn't do that.
Putting the go-ahead run on with Victor Martinez and Delman Young coming up.
Remember last night with runners on at 1st and 3rd, we talked about second base being open, and Victor Martinez, V-Mart as his teammates call him, with that oblique back pull, was on deck, and he's on deck again.
And now he's at the plate. Cabrera lashed a double down the right field line, and that at bat to put the Tigers on top for good.
There have been 2 gutsy moves by both managers. Jim Leyland sticking with Albuquerque, and now Ron Washington walking Cabrera with 1 out, nobody on.
Miguel Cabrera with a small lead. He's not going anywhere. Victor Martinez at the plate.
Ball 1 inside. outfield is playing a no doubles defense. No doubles defense for outfielders means that the outfielders doesn't necessarily have to play them to pull or anything like that. They're straight away, but they play about 5 feet deeper than they would normally play for a power hitter like Victor Martinez.
Strike one, good pitch inside corner. One ball, one strike, 1 on, 1 out. To the right side and through it. And now Miguel Cabrera, after the intentional walk, is 90 feet away.
So not only is Cabrera walked intentionally, but the first baseman, Michael Young, is holding Cabrera on, and that allows the ball to go through and Cabrera to go to third.
Big hit by Victor Martinez. And the intentional walk could come back to haunt the Texas Rangers. Who knows what Miguel Cabrera would have done, but your point is, in this big ballpark, yes, he homered last night, but to put the go-ahead run on with 1 out in the 8th inning, and Victor Martinez coming up, now the situation 1st and 3rd, 1 out. And Delman Young, who told his manager Jim Leland he was able to go today with his strained oblique, is up in the key spot. Wow. For the majority of the regular season, Victor Martinez made opponents pay for intentional walks to Miguel Cabrera. And no bigger spot than right here, and he's trying to make the Rangers pay dearly in the 8th. Delman Young, strike 1. Up to September 4th, Victor Martinez hit .411 after the opposition intentionally walked Miguel Cabrera.
I think Delman Young's going to see that slider 2, 3, 4 more times from Adams.
He couldn't get it with Ogando. Struck out on 3 pitches. This one's down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. A new supply of baseballs to the home plate umpire on this cold, damp night. Strike 2.
That was hittable. That was over the plate and not away. Kind of a backup slider outside part of the plate, and I'm sure Delman wishes that he had that pitch back.
In the air to right. Cabrera will tag. Cruz will come up, throw it. Here's the play at the plate. And with that, we are tied going into the ninth.
One of the great right field arms in the game, Nelson Cruz. A bullet strike.
He's done
it out easily.
Done it with his bat in this series and now with his arm. Out easily at the plate, tied into the ninth. To Jim Leland, he talked about the workload on Benoit, but he's back out there for another inning. Joaquin 2 nights ago, as the defensive change happens with Rayburn going from right to left, Don Kelly in the game in right. Benoit went an inning and 2/3 on Monday in Arlington, went 2/3 last night, and is going to try and go 2 here tonight. First up is Napoli, who hung on that throw from Nelson Cruz. Good fastball for a strike.
So hard to hold on to as you look at Neftali Feliz warming up. But it's so hard to hold on because you don't know where the runner is. On throws from right field, you're blinded.
Napoli clunks one down the third baseline, foul. Strike 2. A.J. Pierzynski is with us. And A.J., what'd you see on that play at the plate?
First of all, an unbelievable throw from Nelson Cruz. One hop, long hop, right on line. But watch Mike Napoli. Watch him prepare for this blow. Watch him get his feet out of the ground right there and prepare and kind of lessen the blow from Cabrera. He knows he's coming. It's the only thing Cabrera can do is run him over. But watch him get his feet together, angle up his knees, and get him out of the ground right here before he hits him.
That's well put, A.J. It's almost like a jockey getting on a horse.
And here is Miguel Cabrera preparing for that collision at the plate and kind of a glancing blow. These two used to work out together.
That's right, in Fort Lauderdale.
Well, it was only a glancing blow because Mike Napoli did such a great job of trying to move.
Yeah.
He basically made Miguel Cabrera whiff right there. It's like a slider that breaks away from a hitter's bat. He broke away from Miguel Cabrera.
Thank you, AJ. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball. Still 0-2. So just to say again, Mike Napoli and Miguel Cabrera a couple of off seasons ago worked out together in Fort Lauderdale, and they just had that collision at the plate to keep it 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Napoli has a hit. Top 30 home runs during the regular season, tied for the 10th most in the AL. Crowd got frustrated with the length of time it took Napoli to get back to the plate after that ball rolled foul down the third baseline, and now he's getting out and Benoit's stepping off. Here's the 0-2 again from the right-hander, and again a foul ball. Napoli, the Nelson Cruz, who's been a hitting hero for the Rangers in this LCS, on deck, and then David Murphy. Avila, Peralta, and Santiago for the Tigers in the bottom of this ninth.
Yeah, no fame is fleeting, but for the time being, Nelson Cruz is a throwing hero also.
Perfect one-hop strike to get Cabrera. Ball one. Napoli waits for a 1-2 pitch from Benoit. Still 1-2. Pretty good battle here put on by Napoli. This game was 2-0 Tigers after 3. Rangers got 3 runs in the 6th inning. Last RBI by Michael Young. Take a 3-2 lead, and then Brandon Inge off Alexi Ogando tied it with a 2-out home run in the 7th. Tigers just had first and third, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th, and could not regain the lead. Another 1-2 pitch. 2-2. At bat for Napoli. Here's a 2-2. Fly down the left field line. This ball into the corner is just foul. Almost flipped that ball out of here down the left field line.
Just had the distance.
So Napoli ready for another 2-2. Here it is from Benoit. Peralta to his left. Nice play, 1 out. Let's go for a DirecTV game break. Here's Chris Rose.
All right, Joe, game 3 in St. Louis. The Cardinals' 4-0 lead is nearly gone in St. Louis. Mark Kotsay, he doesn't own Chris Carpenter, but at least he rents. He is 5 for 12 with that homer now lifetime against the Cards ace. It is 4-3 St. Louis as they have moved to the bottom of the 4th. Joe?
You can see rain falling on the camera lens there. So it is raining in the Midwest. We've had rain here in Detroit the majority of the day. Here is Nelson Cruz. He's hit 3 home runs in this ALCS. Benoit off the end of the bat for Cruz, strike 1. Again, the program alert due to the rain delay at the start of the night. X Factor will not be seen tonight. You can tune in tomorrow. Contestants learn who their mentors are when they travel to the judges' homes. An all-new 2-hour The X Factor tomorrow at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on Fox. Cruz homered in the 4th inning of Game 1. Made it 3-0. He homered 2 times in Game 2. Tied it in the 7th. Won it with a grand slam in the 11th. Now he bats in the 9th inning of Game 4 and takes ball 1.
That was a 9-pitch at bat by Napoli. As you look at Feliz and Oliver. And you know, it's the nature of the sport. And when you have a 9-pitch at bat, regardless of what the hitter does, people are inclined to say, way to battle him from a hitter stand. They rarely tell the pitcher, way to battle him, and the pitcher's been battling the hitter just like the hitter's been battling the pitcher.
Here is a 1-1. Changeup is low. Left-hander Oliver getting loose with the left-handed hitting Avila. Due up first in the bottom of this 9th. Unless the Rangers get the lead, then a flame-throwing right-hander Feliz will take over. Here comes a 2-1. Outside, 96 from Benoit. It's 3 balls and a strike. Murphy, who's had a big night, waits on deck. There is no action for the Tigers in their pen. Inside corner, full count.
That was a just get me over a slider. Doesn't have to be the slider on the black. The black, by the way, that little half-inch strip that runs around the plate. And technically, it is not a strike when it's on the black.
Here comes a 3-2 to Nelson Cruz. Up high for a 1-out walk. The first man to reach against Benoit in an inning and a 3rd. That will bring in David Murphy with Torey Alba on deck. Murphy's had a nice night. 2 singles, a double. Scored the first run of the night for Texas in that 3-run 6th. In case you're wondering, Cruz, a runner at first, did have a bad hamstring this year. He stole 9, was caught 5 times. Has not attempted a steal this postseason. Ball 1 outside.
On the DL twice, and the outfield once again is in doubles depth or no doubles depth. Unless the ball finds a gap, it'll be tough for Nelson Cruz to score on a gapper.
On the corner on Benoit's 28th pitch of the night. It's 1-1. One on, one out. Strike 2. Murphy in search of his 4th hit of the night. Benoit in search of out number 2 here in the top of the 9th. And Benoit found it, 2 out.
How about that? 3 straight fastballs from a guy who's got one of the best changeups in the business, gets Murphy. That's a 2-seam fastball. It tails away from Murphy to get him.
He's got a pretty good fastball, too.
Oh, yeah.
Batter is Torrealba. With 7 home runs this year.
Yeah, that's a tough thing with which a hitter has to cope. A 96-mile-an-hour fastball and an 84-mile-an-hour changeup.
Benoit threw 19 pitches in game 2. 10 pitches here last night. 31 pitches here tonight. And he's been very good.
The LCS, throw that clicker away.
Here is the 0-1. It's 0-2. Talking about the remote or the pitch count clicker?
No, the pitch count clicker. No, don't throw your remote away. Well, you can do that too while you're at it. Sure.
Bottom part of the order, we're back for the Tigers in the bottom of the 9th. Benoit trying to keep it a 3-3 game. There's the clicker.
That's it. Throw it away, Jeff. That's Jeff Jones, the pitching coach. It's the LCS. Forget the clicker.
1-2 the count. 1 on, 2 out. That'll get out of play. Season high is 38 pitches. I'm just going to keep bringing this up just to tick you off. 3 straight games up to 34 tonight. Still has good stuff. There's tomorrow's starter on the right. Last night's starter on the left. C.J. Wilson and Verlander tomorrow. Benoit and Torrealba right now. And now Benoit just steps off and gets Cruz, who left too early. And that ends the top of the ninth.
I think the Texas bench is complaining about a balk, but it appeared that Benoit stepped off first. That was close, I'll tell you.
That ends the inning.
Take a better look when we come back. Wow.
Bottom of the ninth inning. Tigers will back. Game 4 tied at 3. And we go back to Nelson Cruz leaving early from first base.
Watch Alex Avila alert Benoit to the fact that Cruz was leaving early and he was clean when he broke from the rubber. Watch the right foot. He steps off, wants to throw to first, throws to second to get Cruz. And then he credits Alex Avila right there. So an assist by Avila. Man, what a game.
And now Darren Oliver will take over as we welcome you inside our booth, and he will take on Avila. You know, you just never know where a hero is going to come from, and we saw a home run from Inge. Avila's trying to get something going.
Yeah. I mean, not a sniff during the series.
Not so far.
Nope.
He has been shut down. 0 for 3 tonight. 1 for 16 in this ALCS, and a breaking ball drops in from Darren Oliver. 41-year-old left-hander has been very good yet again for Ron Washington out of his pen this season. Washington has all the confidence you can have in a left-hander. Gonzalez is still left out there. Uehara, Tateyama, Feldman, who's now getting loose. And their closer, Feliz.
Yeah, it may be that Darren Oliver's in there for one batter.
One hot. Andrews takes care of Avila. The leadoff man is gone. In the bottom of the ninth, Johnny Peralta will be the hitter. And for now, Oliver will stay in. Feldman, who was so good in game 2. With a good breaking ball from Oliver, strike 1. Peralta homered last night. Tonight he's lined out walked, fly to right. Now Derek Holland, who started game 2, is getting loose alongside Feldman.
Ron Washington, of course, doing his homework and realizing that Peralta, a much better hitter against right-handed pitching than he is left-handed pitching. 75 points higher against right-handers.
Kinsler to his left. 2 out. And the batter will be the switch hitter, Santiago. We are 1 out away from extra innings in a game that was delayed at the start by 2 hours and 13 minutes. Valverde again getting loose. Outside, ball 1. That's foul. Ball and a strike. Again, only 5 innings from the starter for Texas. They've had only 1 starter this postseason go 6. Strike 2. While the Tigers got 6 2/3 out of Porcello, they've only had to use Porcello, Albuquerque, and Benoit. Still 1-2. It's been a while since he last rode 1 out as he takes in the dirt 2-2. It had been a month for Brandon Inge when he went deep in the 7th to tie it. Game 5 is tomorrow afternoon at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Verlander and C.J. Wilson. Another foul. Verlander's been in the dugout since the beginning. He is a leader, certainly among the pitching staff. But for that team, 24-game winner, and what will it be? 2-2 in this series, or 3-1 Texas when he takes the ball tomorrow. Here is a 2-2. Another foul ball.
Certainly understandable that Adrian Beltre is on the line. Because Darren Oliver, for a hitter like Santiago, is an easy guy to pull. That's why Beltre is trying to protect against doubles, in effect pushing balls out to the middle part of the field.
He's been pulling one after the other.
He has.
Darren Oliver is really battling Ramon Santiago. See that Sparky on the right arm of Santiago's jersey? That's for the late Sparky Anderson, the great manager here in Detroit, certainly in Cincinnati. Died this past November. Won it all here in '84.
3 world titles.
What a great man.
Oh, boy. 1975, 76 with the Cincinnati Reds, and, of course, 1984 here in Motor City.
Now can we give Santiago some credit for this battle against Oliver?
Absolutely. Give them both credit. This is some battle here.
This will be the 12th pitch of the at-bat. As we check in there in the top of the 5th, they're catching up to us in St. Louis. Center field, and Hamilton is there to end the inning. It'll be the 9 1-2 hitters for the Rangers in the 10th. Why not extra innings here in Detroit? Game 4 tied 3-3. We are in Detroit. We give you a game summary. We're into the 10th now. A game that was 2 hours and 13 minutes delayed at the start because of rain. The RBI hits in the 6th, a 3-run 6th inning for Texas, the only inning where they put up runs. Brandon Inge tied this game in the 7th. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Remember in game 2 in Arlington, the home team tied it with a solo home run in the 7th inning. That was Nelson Cruz. He later won it in the 11th with a grand slam, first walk-off grand slam in postseason history. Well, tonight, home team tied it with a home run in the 7th. How's this one going to end? Jose Valverde takes over after 2 very good innings from Benoit. First up, Torrealba, strike 1. Ravi taking on Valverde, who in non-save situations in 28 games has an ERA of 5.81 and an opponent's average against of 282. The save chances, he has been almost unhittable. Nasty splitter. Ooh, strike 2.
There's the splitter Joe was talking about. Watch it dive out of the strike zone.
Torrey Alba now, Kinsler and Andrews will follow. If anybody gets on, Josh Hamilton. One away, and a strikeout starts the 10th.
As Madeline Kahn was heard to say.
Oh, wait. Woof. I was so excited to hear that sentence was going to end. Little young Frankenstein.
One of the great actresses ever.
Woof. One out, nobody on. Getting a little slap happy over there after a long day at the ballpark. It's been fun. It's been another good game. Valverde ready for Kinsler. Strike 1. He was taken all the way. Ian with a big RBI double in that 3-run 6th inning. Then he stole 3rd and scored the tying run on an RBI hit by Andrews. His first RBI of this series.
And Joe, because of that speed, it would be doubly important for the Rangers to get him on. If he gets a single, he could stretch it into a double by stealing second base. And an added thing, it would prevent Valverde from throwing that split finger fastball because a lot of them are in the dirt. So Andrus would benefit also if Kinsler can get on.
Here's an 0-2. Kinsler flies one into center. Got under that. Austin Jackson. 2 out. Feliz and Feldman getting loose. Next on Fox. We've already blown right through the X Factor. The late local news is it's officially 10 o'clock in the East. And that's all except on the West Coast. 2 hours of the X Factor tomorrow night. Got that clock set a little bit fast.
Just a little. 2 minutes.
Ball 1 inside. Elvis Andrus is 1 for 4. But it was a big one. And it's been a while since his last home run. Hit 5 on the regular season. Be tough on a cold, damp night to ride one out of here. This big ballpark, except down the line. There's a fly ball into left. Back in front of the track. The inning is over as Rayburn puts it away. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Hinge, Jackson, Rayburn coming up. Tied at 3. Back after this from your local Fox station. What our crew does when they've been on the air for 6 hours. There's Detroit's own Mike Tatamir, one of our camera operators, who is devouring potato chips. They look like they're baked. So probably low in trans fat, whatever that is. And Scott Feldman takes over. There his numbers from Game 2 of the ALCS. He was terrific in relief of Derek Holland.
In that game, the Rangers tossed up 8 1/3 scoreless innings.
Breaking ball drops in. In the 7th, the guy at the plate did that. Off Fagundo to tie it. Just missed the outside corner, 1-1. Feldman, a 17-game winner in 2009. Swing. Feldman makes the play 1 out. For Scott, he went 7-11 last year. Was not on the postseason roster. Had knee surgery after the Rangers lost the World Series to the Giants. He didn't come back this year until the 3rd week of July. He's the long man in the bullpen, and he may get a lot of work here tonight after being tested in Game 2. Here is Austin Jackson. Tim, the Rangers did not make Valverde work much in the top of this 10th. He threw only 8 pitches. And it looks like if need be, he'll go back out there. Nobody is up for the Tigers in their bullpen.
Makes all the sense in the world. Nobody respects Valverde any more than Jim Leyland. Now he is always ready to go to the post.
If this game gets to the 11th, it'll be Josh Hamilton, Michael Young, and Adrian Beltre. Jackson is hit by the pitch.
Oh boy, wrong guy to hit right there, and Feldman knows it. Now you've got speed on the bases. Just nicks the uniform, the bloused part around the abdomen, and Jackson is on. And guess who's on deck?
Uniform considered part of the body. So hit by the pitch. We haven't seen Jackson test Napoli or Torrealba last night trying to swipe a base.
You know what, Joe? It's going to be interesting to see if Rayburn gives him a chance to steal and takes maybe a pitch or two as Michael Gonzalez is warming.
There he goes. Pitch inside. Throw down is in time. 2 out. And Napoli cuts down Austin Jackson.
Right on the money. Again, Mike Napoli telling us that he loves to catch and not DH, because then he's right in the middle of the action. Was he ever then? The tag at home plate, and now the throw to get Jackson.
Rayburn with the bases empty fouls it, and the count 1-1. I don't know if Napoli and Mike Scioscia, his former manager with the Angels, always saw eye to eye. I think Napoli wanted to be more the regular catcher with the Angels, but he was taught by one of the better fundamentally schooled catchers in the game, and Mike Scioscia. And the Rangers are reaping the benefits of that.
I think Mike Scioscia, from a teacher's standpoint and a manager's standpoint, is about as good as it gets. That is not an easy pitch to throw. because your transfer's got to be longer. You make the one-handed catch inside, and you have to bring the glove around. You have to have very quick hands to do that. Napoli did and got his man.
Now the count's 3-1 on Rayburn, with the big guy on deck. 2 out, nobody on. Rayburn was taking, it looked like, and it's a full count. Gonzalez getting loose.
Yeah, if there's ever a time where a pitcher has to make a hit or put the ball in play, it's now.
And he strikes him out on a 95-mile-per-hour pitch. We go into the 11th here in Game 4. Big bats coming up for the Rangers, tied at 3. The 11th, Nelson Cruz provided the Audi best play of tonight's game. The Audi A8. True greatness should never go unrecognized, and Nelson Cruz has been great in this LCS with his bat there with his arm to keep it tied. Final out of the bottom of the 8th. And it was 3-3 and still is 3-3, and the big bats of Hamilton, Young, and Beltre to face Valverde.
And we've said it more than once, and we'll say it again. Watch the first pitch. 48 at bats since his last home run.
He hit 25 during the regular season. Has not gone deep this postseason. It was last year's ALCS MVP against the Yankees. And he rips one down into the corner. Good start in the 11th for the Rangers as Hamilton has a leadoff double.
First pitch, high splitter, rifle down the right field line. Once again, looks like Valverde just hangs it. Line drive on the end of it.
So there's the go-ahead run at second with nobody out in the 11th, and Michael Young steps in. His RBI made it 3-2 in the 6th. Rangers on top. Tigers tied it in the 7th, and now a chance for Texas. strike one.
You could see Michael Young trying to put the ball in play on the right side of the infield to move the runner along. Michael's natural stroke is to right field. Clearly trying to move the runner there.
Valverde's thrown 10 pitches. Eight last inning, 2 this inning, and here comes an 0-1. Strike 2. Nothing in 2 to count on Michael Young. That pitch was almost delivered with Valverde staring back at Hamilton at second base. He didn't get his head around till late. And this one on a splitter down and away. Ball 1. Michael Young knocked in the go-ahead run in the 6th. His first RBI of this postseason out of that cleanup spot. Here's a 1-2. Still 1-2. Struck out only once against Valverde in 7 at-bats. And if he didn't, he certainly sold the umpire. He did. He started to walk away before they even appealed.
That's exactly right. He went too far and he knew it. That splitter, again, diving out of the strike zone. And Michael Young conceded defeat.
Strikeout number 2.
Temporarily.
He started to walk away. No strike 3 call yet. Then they appeal down to the first base umpire, Jeff Nelson, who rung him up. Now the Tigers will walk Beltre and pitch to Napoli.
Tell you, this is an interesting move with Beltre not getting a ball out of the infield tonight. He's grounded to third twice, struck out twice, and remember that left knee of his is bothering him. Very painful because of his at-bats last night.
And let's say this about the guy on deck, Napoli. He threw out Austin Jackson in the bottom of the 10th inning for the second out, which prevented Miguel Cabrera from even coming to the plate. Who knows what that avoided for the Texas Rangers. And he's a guy, Napoli, is there's ball 4 to put 2 on with 1 out. Napoli, who threw out Austin Jackson with this effort, has had a great year at the plate.
Best hitter in baseball from July 4th on. The most productive hitter in baseball. That's why I think when you combined Beltre's health with a bad knee, I'm not too sure that's the right move. Normally it would be. I'm not sure about now.
Napoli was hitting .221 mid-June, went out on the DL with a strained left oblique. There it is again. And came into today's game hitting .368. The top average across Major League Baseball. Whatever Jeff Jones just said to Valverde, it made him smile. And it's 2 on, 1 out. Napoli this season, coming in, he was traded twice within 5 days. Career high 30 home runs that led all baseball catchers. and hitting .383 after the All-Star break, second in Major League Baseball. But the top average since coming off the DL first week of July. And the pitch is inside, ball one. Certainly a double play candidate, but also an extremely productive hitter for the Rangers. Good fastball, strike one.
Another thing about that intentional walk, unless Napoli hits into a double play, then you're guaranteed that Nelson Cruz will be at the plate. And Nelson Cruz right now is a lot healthier than Adrian Beltre.
Bill Cope starts to get loose. A 1-1. Napoli in the air to center. That's a base hit. Here comes Hamilton to the plate. He is safe, and the Rangers lead 4-3 in the 11th. Mike Napoli delivers as he did with his arm in the bottom of the 10th. He does with his bat in the top of the 11th.
Hamilton with a tremendous jump at second base. Instincts for the game. He knew it immediately. Checked the outfielders, realizing Austin Jackson was too deep, and scores easily.
And so the Rangers lead by a run again, as they did back after the top of the 6th. Still 2 on, only 1 out. And Nelson Cruz steps in. And he shoots one into left center. Back at the track, at the wall. Goodbye. 3-run home run, Nelson Cruz. And it's another 11th inning home run for Cruz. And the Rangers have broken it open here in Detroit. His grand slam in game 2 made the final 7-3, and that 3-run shot here in game 4 makes it 7-3 as he gets Valverde.
Joe, as you did in game 2, you talked about non-save situations and Jose Valverde. You talked about it again tonight when Valverde came in there, and once again in non-save situations he's been vulnerable. And that dugout leads the world in yes.
And this guy Nelson Cruz has just hit his 10th career postseason home run in his 24th game. He is turning into a machine in October for the Rangers, who have a commanding lead as we play in the 11th inning of game 4. Pitching change. Valverde is out. And the Rangers still batting in the 11th. Verde here in the 11th, and Nelson Cruz, he's had some firsts in this series already. First guy to end a postseason game with a walk-off grand slam and another extra inning home run. First player in postseason history to hit 2 extra inning home runs in the same series. And he now has popped 4 home runs in this LCS.
Texas Rangers have popped 4 home runs in this LCS, all by Nelson Cruz.
Gentry comes off the bench to bat against Coke, and he flies one into right. 2 out. How about ALCS game 2? 11th inning, grand slam. Go home. And here tonight in the Road Grays, 11th inning, 3-run home run. And again, he makes it 7-3.
All the players talk about him being the strongest guy in either league. Making a believer out of everybody.
Torre Alba breaks his bat. It's a 4-run 11th inning for the Texas Rangers, trying to win their 3rd game of this LCS. This guy's been all smiles all series. He has been huge. 7-3 Rangers into the bottom of the 11th. Who's double started that 4-run rally in the top of this 11th inning. Moves from center to left. Craig Gentry, who pinch hit, goes into center, and Neftali Feliz, who's been almost untouchable in this LCS. There are his numbers this postseason. 4 saves. Will take over in the bottom of the 11th inning.
So I guess we could play what if. What if Nelson Cruz doesn't hit a 3-run home run? Would Ron Washington in a 1-run game have walked Cabrera to lead off the bottom of the 11th inning? He walked him intentionally the last time. It's kind of fun to think about.
Instead, Cabrera up there fouls it away, strike 1. Detroit pitching was very good tonight, and in the bullpen held down Texas until a 4-run top of the 11th. Cabrera pops it up. Foul ground. Michael Young gives it a look. And the catch. One away. If this holds, the Rangers will be looking to clinch the pennant here tomorrow, but they will have to do it against the game's best pitcher in Verlander, a 24-game winner during the regular season. Justin will try to get this ALCS back to Texas. And there's the matchup. C.J. Wilson, who has had two, let's say one okay outing and one not good outing so far this postseason, as the top guy in the Rangers rotation gets the ball for Texas. With one out, Victor Martinez grounds to Young. 2 out. Tonight's game produced by Pete Macheska, directed by Bill Webb. Technical director and doing a great job as always is Jonathan Evans. Associate producer is Carol Langley McDermott. Associate directors are Aaron Stoikov and Larry Lancaster. Our thanks in the booth to Steve Horn, editorial consultant, as Kelly takes a strike. Don with 2 out, nobody on. Feature producers Brian Biederman, and broadcast associates are Eric Mandy and Andy Cavanaugh. It's up and away. Just to finish, pregame show produced by Don Bowie, directed by Jonathan Evans. Thanks also to Eric Billigmeyer, Brian DeClue, Steve DeVore, Jonah Meyer, Chase Weber, the pregame show for their help. Tonight's telecast, we all came on the air at 4 o'clock Eastern, and we'll say goodnight after 10:30. It's been another tremendous game between these two clubs.
Thrilling.
The count's 1-2 with 2 out, nobody on. Adrian Beltre flashes leather to end the night as Kelly grounds out, and the Rangers are 1 win away. And what a night defensively. The throw by Nelson Cruz, the throw by Napoli, that play right there by Adrian Beltre. They can do it all. They can beat you in many ways, and the Rangers have beaten the Tigers 3 times in this LCS. The winner is Feldman. The loser is Valverde, who has been asked to do a lot. In his second inning of relief work, got knocked around for a 4-run 11th inning.
When you think about the Rangers, it's hard to think of a guy who did not contribute. David Murphy with 3 hits. Josh Hamilton, the go-ahead run. Nelson Cruz, the great throw, the 3-run homer. Ian Kinsler with a big steal of 3rd. Michael Young with his first RBI of the series. And you mentioned Napoli and that great pitching staff. All of them contributed.
4 hours in length of game after a 2-hour, 13-minute delay at the start. Let's go down to Ken.
Thanks, Joe. Mike, take me through the sequence in the 11th. First, how surprised were you that they walked Beltre to pitch to you? And second, the at-bat against Valverde.
I guess they were just trying to set up a double play. But, you know, I got pretty excited when they put him on. And, you know, I like him when runners in scoring position. And, you know, he fisted me pretty good, but I stayed inside. I got enough to get out to the outfield. Nelson Cruz, not just the home run, but also the throw. Yeah. Talk about his night. Unbelievable. You know, we did as a team. Everyone had a part of this game, and it was great. And, you know, great win for us. What an exciting game. Mike, thank you very much. Joe, back to you.
All right, congratulations to Mike Napoli on a big night. And to the Rangers, they're 1 win away from going to the World Series in 2011. Coming up next, except on the West Coast, is your late local news. And we remind you to join us tomorrow from here in Detroit, Game 5 of the ALCS, and that matchup of Verlander and Wilson. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, only on Fox. Promotional consideration paid for by the following. For more information on tonight's game and the latest in Major League Baseball news, log on to foxsports.com. Powered by MSN, the world's favorite sports site. For Tim McCarver and the rest of our crew, Joe Buck, so long from Detroit. It took 11 innings again, as it did in Game 2. In Game 4, a 7-3 win for Texas. Until tomorrow, so long from all of us at Fox Sports.